morning, everyone. We had a slight delay this morning to facilitate the preparation of the plea explanations and the printing thereof. I also saw the practitioners in chambers to deal with some housekeeping arrangements so that we can save time during the course of the day. We're going to start with the plea explanations that stood over from Monday. So I'm going to call on Mr. Harmsen first to present the plea explanation on behalf of accused number 1. Thank you, Mr. Harmsen. Is that microphone not working? Might not be switched on. Does it work, Mr. Harmsen? Yes, thank you. Mr. Blau, do you have that other microphone there? Can you just pass that to Mr. Harmsen?
Thank you, my Lord. I'll start with the accused one's plea explanation. I just get some directions from the court. Should I get him to sign it first, or first read it into the record and get the signature?
If it is a statement in terms of section 115, there is no need for a signature. I will just confirm with Mr. Apollos whether he confirms the content thereof. I will thereafter mark it as an exhibit number so that we keep the record proper. Thank you.
I just want to hand one to my colleague here on the right. May it please the court, my Lord. This is the accused one's plea explanation under section 115 of the Criminal Procedure Act. I'm the accused in this matter. I understand the charges against me and plead thereto as follows. At count 1, I plead not guilty to this charge of trafficking. Paragraph 2, I deny that I had sold, delivered or exchanged Joslin Smith as alleged. Paragraph 3, I further refer to the contents of paragraph 17 to 61 below. At first alternative count 1, I plead not guilty to this charge of attempting to commit or perform the offence of trafficking in person in this regard of Joslin Smith as alleged. I further refer the contents of paragraph 17 to 61 below. At second alternative to count 1, I plead not guilty to this charge of inciting, instigating, commanding or directing to encourage or procure any other person to commit the offence as described in count 1. I further refer to the contents of paragraph 17 to 61 below. At third alternative to count 1, I plead not guilty to this charge of conspiring with any person to commit the offence as described in count 1. Further refer to the contents of paragraph 17 to 61 below. At count 2, I plead not guilty to this charge of kidnapping. I further refer to the content of paragraph 17 to 61 below. General averments, introduction. The averments contain hereunder provide a synopsis to explain why I plead not guilty to the charges against me. It is not a comprehensive account. I met accused 3 hereinafter referred to as Kelly during early 2023 at a friend of mine's house, Lucinda Kotze, where Kelly was living with Lucinda. Kelly and I, paragraph 10, Kelly and I decided to move in together, and during the middle of that year I built a hockey for us where Kelly had 3 children and I went to stay. Paragraph 11, during our relationship I became attached to her children and loved them like my own children. Kelly and I had a good relationship. Paragraph 12, during 2021 I was working for the West Coast Oyster Growers in Saldanha, where I had worked for approximately 2 years and resigned after the mother of my children and I had broken up. We have 2 daughters, currently 11 years and 4 years old. Paragraph 13, when Kelly and I moved in together, I had been doing casual work, mostly gardening work, and Kelly was working for the Sneakers, where she was still working until recently. Paragraph 14, Kelly's employers would, at the end of every month, buy food for her, which helped us a lot. Paragraph 15, during my relationship with Kelly, I experienced Kelly as someone who loved the children a lot, and I do not recall hearing her say anything ugly or negative about or to her children. Paragraph 16, Raquin is Kelly's eldest son, whose father had died. I do not recall when he died. Raquin has a godfather who he often goes and visits. Joslin and Rachel are her 2 daughters, whose father is Josh Incan. Monday, 19 February 2024. Paragraph 17. What happened on that day, I remember, because many people, as well as many police officers, had approached me asking me about what happened during that day and where I was. Paragraph 18. When we woke up the morning, we realized that the children's school clothes were dirty and there was no washing powder to wash the clothes. We did not want to send the children to school with dirty clothes. It was embarrassing for them. Joslin and Raquin was also feeling a bit sick that morning. Rochelle was going to a creche and does not wear school clothes. Paragraph 19, early in the morning, possibly around 8 o'clock, Kelly took Rachel to the creche and said she's going to work after dropping Rochelle off. Paragraph 20, later in the morning, Laurentia Lombard, who we call Rent, came to the house and asked me if I could make an enchee for her. I did that and we shared the enchee. In return, I asked her to sweep the floor as it was very dusty, which she did, and she left a while later. Paragraph 21, I filled 3 bathtubs with water because Raquin and Joslin needed to bath. The 3rd bucket was for dirty clothes. There was no soap to wash the clothes, but I put it in the bucket to soak anyway. Paragraph 22, at about 12 o'clock, midday, Kelly returned home for lunch and the children were still in the tubs bathing and playing. Paragraph 23, Kelly said to me that she had 50 rand and that we should go and buy some thick to smoke. We walked to the place called Mirjam, spelled M-I-R-J-I-N, where a guy is what we know as guns. And we bought some thick. When Kelly and I left, the children were still in the buckets playing in the water. It took us only about 10 minutes to walk there and back. Paragraph 24. When we got back home, we sat and smoked a tip. After we finished, it was about just before 1 o'clock that Kelly went back to work. The children were still enjoying the bathing. After Kelly had left, paragraph 25, after Kelly had left, the children got out of the bath, dressed, and I gave them some bread with smearwurst on it to eat. Paragraph 26, Joslin dressed herself in a light blue t-shirt and blue jean shorts with her flip-flops. I remember this because was asked many times what Joslin was wearing when I last saw her. Paragraph 27. Some time later, Rens arrived at the house again. Paragraph 28. It was a hot day, and since I saw Joslin was outside in the hot sun, I asked her to get out of this hot sun. But she did not listen to me. Paragraph 29. It was also at that time that Jacqueline told me that he wants to go visit his godfather, who I knew as Broer Lowe, and he walked off. Paragraph 30. Rens was still there with us at the house. It was probably shortly after 2 o'clock that Joslin told me that she can see the school children have come out of school already and that she wants to go play with Kuti, a friend of hers who lives just nearby. The Hawkeys, they are all very close to each other. Paragraph 32. Joslin then walked off and I watched her walk through a small gate to her friend's house for Hawkey. Paragraph 33. After Joslin had left, Rens asked me if I can please make a pipe to smoke the quarter button that she had with her. That I did. Paragraph 34. While Rens and I were still smoking the pipe, Stefano arrived there carrying a microwave oven and a sling bag over his shoulder. Stefano then also smoked with us. Paragraph 35. Thereafter Rens left again, and I'm not sure what time it was that she had left, probably just before or just after 3 o'clock. Paragraph 36. I asked Stefano about the microwave and he said he wants to sell it for 100 rand and asked if I know someone who might be interested. I told him that I know a Xhosa man known as Fixer, F-I-X-E-R, who might be interested, and we walked to Fixer. It was about a 3-minute walk to his house from where I lived. Paragraph 37. When we saw Fixer, he said he knows someone who might be interested to buy the microwave, but we must leave it there and he will let us know when he gets the money. Paragraph 38. Stefano and I walked back to my house and I asked him what was in the sling bag. He showed me that there are watches and cell phones that does not work and needs fixing. I took my power bank and tried to charge one of the cell phones to see if it might work. Paragraph 39. We stayed at my house waiting for Fixer. Paragraph 40. Around 5 o'clock or just before, Kelly arrived back from work and asked me where the children are, and I told her that Jacqueline went to Broer Lowe and Joslin went to Kuti. Paragraph 41. Then Kelly told me that she has 200 rand that she got from work, and I should get the gas can ready so we can go and fill it with gas. Kelly called out to Joslin, but there was no reply. Stefano was, paragraph 42, Stefano was still there at our house, and we walked to go refill the gas. We put in gas for 100 rand and walked back home. Paragraph 43. Thereafter, Kelly and I walked to Merchant, where guns are, to buy thick for 50 rand and went back home. Stefano waited for us at home. Paragraph 44. All three of us smoked the thick that we had bought. Thereafter, Stefano and I walked to Fixer to find out about the microwave, but he was not there. Then Stefano, paragraph 45, then Stefano told me that there is some other guy that owes him money for a fridge, and he had bought from Stefano. We went to find that guy, and Stefano got 100 rand from him, and we walked back to Merchant, in back at the guns, to buy another bag of thick for 50 rand plus a button. This Stefano kept with him. Paragraph 46. While we were at Merchant, we saw Nilo, a good friend of mine, and Nilo walked with us back to my house. Paragraph 47. When we got to my house, Kelly asked Nilo if he had seen Joslin anywhere, and he said no. He did not see her. Paragraph 48. At that stage, it was probably around 7 o'clock in the evening. Paragraph 49. Stefano and I then walked back to Fixer and found him at his house. He gave Stefano 70 rand for the microwave. Paragraph 50. Stefano and I bought some more drugs and met up with Irvin. And as the three of us were walking to Stefano's house, we realized that we did not have a lolly, in brackets, in inverted commas, lolly, L-O-L-L-I-E, which is what we need to smoke the stuff. We then passed by the house of Fafa to get a lolly from him. Paragraph 51. All of us then walked to Stefano's house, where we smoked until after load shedding. Load shedding was from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock that night. Paragraph 52. When I left Stefano's house, Irvin walked with me back to my house. I can't say what time Irvin and I arrived at my house, but it must have been sometime after 1 o'clock or maybe 2 o'clock in the morning. I had smoked a lot that day and evening. Paragraph 53. At my house I found Nilo, Marco, Ayanda and Linky. Kelly was not there. Later Kelly arrived there with police officers carrying torches. It is then that Kelly told me that Joslin is gone and they can't find her. Kelly started crying and I asked her where Raquin and Rachel was. She told me that they are sleeping over at the neighbour's house. Paragraph 55. After everybody had left, Kelly was clearly tired and upset and we went to sleep. Tuesday morning, 20 February 2024. Paragraph 56. Kelly left early in the morning and told me she's going to the Boer block to look for Joslin. I still stayed in bed until 7 o'clock when I also started walking around in the squatter camp asking everybody if they had seen Joslin. I also went to the house with Kuti, Joslin's friend, and spoke to Naledi because Kuti and Kuti's father was not at home. Naledi said she remembers having seen Joslin on Monday and confirmed that she did see Joslin walking into the yard of Joslin's friend's house and out the yard the other side. I walked further and asked everyone I saw about Joslin. Nobody saw Joslin. Paragraph 57. When I came back to my house, it could have been around 12 o'clock or after. I saw that there were a lot of people there in the vicinity of our house. There was no one else at my house, just myself, and I stayed there. Paragraph 58. It was about 1 o'clock when Kelly arrived at the house with a detective, Molstein, who asked me about Joslin and what happened on Friday, on 19 February 2024, and when last I had seen Joslin. I spoke to him and he took a statement from me. I spoke to him in Afrikaans and I saw that he was writing in English. When he was finished with the statement, he did not read the statement back to me, so I was not sure exactly what he wrote down. I did tell him about the children on 19 February 2024, what I remembered at that time. Paragraph 59. Detective Molstein told Kelly and I that the community is annoyed and upset with us and that for our own safety we should not stay at the house. He dropped me off at my mother's house and I believe that he dropped Kelly off at Samantha Koopman. This Kelly told me when I saw her again. Paragraph 60. While I was staying at my mother's house from the 20th of February 2024, several police members whose names I cannot remember came there and asked me questions every day. This carried on for about a week. Paragraph 61. Every time they would take me to the police station and question me. Some of them had handcuffed me, made me lie on my stomach, and then while they questioned me, stood on my feet as I was lying down. It was very painful. Monday, 4 March 2024. On this day, paragraph 62, on this day, Kelly and I were at Ricky's Bar Hotel, where a prominent politician had booked us in on Sunday the 3rd of March 2024. We slept there this Sunday night. During the early hours of Monday the 4th, 2 female police officers came there and took Kelly and I to the sea border offices. When we got there, I noticed that Stefano was already there. Paragraph 63. I was not informed of my rights, neither was I told that I am under arrest. Paragraph 64. There were several police officers there and I was told that vandag gaan jy dood. 65. I was handcuffed and hanging in mid-air. A plastic bag was placed over my head while I was hit on my head, legs, feet and hands. I could not breathe. They told me if I want to talk, I should shake my head. This carried on while I could not breathe. The pain was so severe that I felt that I was going to die. This was repeated several times. Paragraph 66. To get them to stop torturing me, I shook my head and they removed the plastic bag and I said that I will talk, even though I had already told everyone what I knew. I realized that if I do not tell them what they want to hear, they will kill me. Paragraph 67. That evening of 4 March 2024, I slept outside the seaboard offices in a locked car. Tuesday, 5 March 2024. Paragraph 68. I was taken to Friedenberg Hospital for a medical examination. Whilst the doctor examined me, 3 police officers were present. Before I saw the doctor, I was told several times that if I tell anybody what they did to me, I will be killed. The doctor wrote down my injuries that he saw. I could not tell him where or how I got injured because of the policeman's presence. Conclusion, paragraph 69. I deny that I'm guilty of the offences with which I have been charged. Signed, or it can be signed by the accused.
Yes, I'll just confirm. Mr. Harmse, do you need the statement to be translated to your client, or did you work through the statement with him already?
My Lord, I did go through a statement with him, with the statement through. If I can just check.
Certainly.
Thank you, my Lord. He confirms the contents. He says he will confirm the contents.
Thank you, Mr. Apollos. I noted Mr. Harmse go to you. Do you confirm the contents as read out? Mr. Apollos indicates that he confirms. The statement will then be admitted into the record as Exhibit D.
May I have the copy?
Certainly.
May I please go to anything else, my Lord?
No, thank you, Mr. Harmse. Going to turn to Ms. McBay. Just so that everybody knows, we've tried to improvise with counsel, so counsel will also use the musical chairs today towards the makeshift podium to assist. Ms. Mkabayi, I'm not sure whether they've already fixed the green microphone. Can you just check? No. So if you can use the other one, please.
Morning, my Lord. I am Ms. Kabai, and I confirm that I appear on behalf of Stevino Domalizio Dwayne Fine in this matter. I have prepared a plea explanation in terms of section 115 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. With the leave of the court, can I read same into the record?
Certainly. Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
Thank you, my lord. I am accused number 2 in this matter. I understand the charges against me, and I plead thereto as follows. At count 1, I plead not guilty to this charge of human trafficking. I deny that I have sold, delivered or exchanged Joslin Smith as alleged by the state. I further refer to the contents of paragraphs 14 to 44 below. Add first alternative to count 1. I plead not guilty to this charge of attempting to commit or perform the offense of trafficking in persons. In this regard of Joslin Smith as alleged by the state. I further refer to the contents of paragraphs 14 to 44 below. Add second alternative to count 1. I plead not guilty to this charge of inciting, instigating, commanding or directing to encourage or procure any other person to commit the offense as described in count 1. I further refer to the contents of paragraphs 14 to 44 below. Add third alternative to count 1. It's clause number 6. I plead not guilty to this charge of conspiring with any person to commit the offense as described in count 1. I further refer to the contents of paragraphs 14 to 44 below. Add count 2. I plead not guilty to this charge of kidnapping. I further refer to the contents of paragraphs 14 to 44. An introductory note. The amendment contained here under provide a synopsis to explain why I plead not guilty to the charges against me. It is not a comprehensive account. Paragraph 9. I live on fixing old cell phones. Paragraph 10. I know accused number 1 here after referred to as Jacqueline Rowe Apollos. We usually hang out together with other friends and smoke. Paragraph 11. I know that he is in a love relationship with accused number 3, here after referred to as Teddy. Paragraph 12. I know that they reside together with Kelly's 3 children. Paragraph 13. I know Kelly's children. Now I come to events on 19 February 2024. Paragraph 14. On Monday, the 19th of February 2024, I am not sure about the time, but I know it was after 12 p.m. I left my house to go and see a person that buys second-hand fridges and microwaves. I wanted to sell my microwave to him. Paragraph 15. The way to this second-hand dealer passes through Buta's shop. Buta is Jacqueline Apollos. I popped in at Buta's shop and I found him sitting inside the house with the Renzi. I informed them where I was going to, and I asked them to make something to smoke for me. They told me they have nothing. Renzi is the nickname of Florentia Lombard. Paragraph 16. On my way back, I passed Buta's house again, and I found Buta and Renzi. Renzi handed the pipe to me, and Buta put the cream. I smoked. I did not see Kelly's children. I finished smoking, and I left for my house to fetch my microwave. I left Buta with the Renzi. I arrived home and took my microwave. I passed Buta's house again. Buta was still with the Renzi. I did not go inside the house. I did not see Kelly's children. I told Buta I'm going to the second-hand dealer. On my way, I met Marco, and he went with me to the second-hand dealer. The second-hand dealer offered me 30 rand for the microwave, and I told him he can leave it. I took my microwave and I went to Buta's place. Paragraph 18. On my arrival at Buta's place, I found him still with the Renzi. I got inside the house. I did not see Kelly's children. I told Buta that the second-hand dealer has offered me 30 rands. Buta said that it is too little. I can get more for that microwave. He then told me that he has someone who can offer more. Paragraph 19. At that time, I noticed that Renzi has a cell phone with her, and she showed me the cell phone. She told me that it was working, but now it is flat, and she does not have electricity at her place, and she does not have a charger for it. I asked her, how much does she want for the cell phone? She also asked me, how much do I want to give to her for the cell phone? I told her I want to give you 50 rands, and she said 50 rands is fine. Paragraph 20. While Renzi was getting out of Buta's house, I heard her calling Joslin to go to her house to check her baby who was sleeping. After sending Joslin to her house, she also left for her house. Paragraph 21. After Renzi left, myself and Buta stayed for about 10 minutes. And then we went to Buta's guy to sell the microwave. There was nobody left in the house, and Buta pulled the door to close. I do not remember if he locked the door or not. When we got to Buta's guy, Buta told him that he must give us 100 rands for the microwave. Buta's guy then said, we must come after an hour to fetch the money. Paragraph 22. We went back to Buta's place. When we got to Buta's place, I sat outside fixing the cell phones. After an hour, Buta left to check and collect the money for the microwave. Buta locked the door, leaving me outside fixing the cell phones. Buta came back, advising me that the man is not at home. He unlocked the door and went inside the house. Paragraph 23. Not long after that, Kelly came. This was about past 5 in the evening. I don't remember whether she came with her youngest child. I heard her calling Buta that they must go and fill the gas cylinder. I went with them. Paragraph 24. When we came back from filling the gas cylinder, I sat outside again and continued fixing the cell phones. Kelly and Buta went to buy drugs. They locked the door of their shop, leaving me outside. They came back, went inside, and smoked. They called me to come in and smoke. I went inside and smoked. Paragraph 25. After smoking, I went outside to fix the cell phones. After an hour, I heard Kelly calling Joslin, and Joslin did not respond. I told her I remember Renzi calling Joslin to go and check her baby who was sleeping. Paragraph 26. Renzi didn't come back, and I didn't see Joslin either on that day. Kelly then started shouting and calling Joslin's name louder, and she went to neighbors looking for her. I went with Kelly to Renzi's house to look for Joslin. Joslin was not there. And Renzi said she came back to Kelly's house with Joslin. Paragraph number 27. We walked around in the area looking for Joslin, but in vain. It was already dark, and I told Peter to go and buy drugs for me because I wanted to leave for home. We left Kelly still looking for Joslin. After buying drugs, we went home. We found Papa and Ivan along the way, and they joined us. On our arrival at my place, we smoked drugs. We were still at my place when it was load shedding, and I used candles to light the house. Paragraph number 28. I had more items that I wanted to sell. I packed them in a suitcase. When we were done smoking, I walked Buta and Ivan halfway. Fafa went his own way. Load shedding stopped while I was walking Buta and Ivan halfway. I then went back home and I slept. Paragraph number 29. I didn't see Kelly's children on that day. I thought they were nearby playing. I remember a Costa girl came that day looking for Kelly, and Buta told the girl that Kelly was at home. Events on 4 March 2024. Paragraph 30. On this day, I was hitchhiking from Fredenberg to Saldanha. I was in the company of my cousin's boyfriend. We were offered a lift in a white double-cab buggy. When we reached our stop, we wanted to alight from the buggy. My cousin's boyfriend was allowed to alight, but I was told to remain inside the buggy. Paragraph number 31. I started panicking, and I inquired why I was not allowed to alight. I realized that the occupants of this double-cab buggy were police officials, and they were armed. They drove with me until Jacobs Bay Beach. We were followed by another double-cab buggy, which we found when my cousin's boyfriend alighted from the buggy that gave us lift. Paragraph number 32. The buggy stopped closer to the ocean, and I was handcuffed and taken to the back of the buggy. I was ordered to lie down flat with my stomach on the back of the buggy. I was assaulted. I was asked, where is Joslin? And what have I done with her? I was assaulted while lying flat with my stomach. After some time of assault, I was taken out from the back of the buggy closer to the ocean. Paragraph 33. They pinched my testicles, opened my mouth and forced a gun inside my mouth, promising to kill me and bury me inside the sand, and all throw me in the ocean. Paragraph number 34, a white man appeared driving a buggy and told them they can't be there because that's the private property, they must leave. They must leave. At all material times that I was never told I was under arrest. I was never informed of my rights. They left and they took me to seaboard offices where the assault continued. There were several police officers there and I was threatened about death or being killed. Paragraph number 36. They removed the handcuffs and ordered me to take off my sweater. I removed my sweater and they handcuffed me again. I was hanging in mid-air. A plastic bag was placed over my head while I was hit on my head, legs, feet and hands. I could not breathe. They told me if I want to talk, I must shake my head. This carried on while I could not breathe. This pain was so severe that I felt that I was going to die. This was repeated several times. They slightly pushed my forehead so that I could speak. Paragraph number 37. To stop them torturing me, I shook my head and they removed the plastic bag and I said that I am ready to talk, even though they have my detailed statement telling them what I knew. I realized that if I don't tell them what they want to hear, they will kill me. That evening of 4 March 2024, I slept outside the border offices in a locked police car and I was handcuffed. My Lord, on paragraph number 36, I've noticed that there's a spelling error there, first line. I removed my sweater. I humbly request that that must be read as I removed my sweater, as the court pleases.
Thank you. It's I've made it.
Events of 5 March 2024, paragraph number 39. In the morning of 5 March 2024, I was taken to Frankenberg Hospital for medical examination. I was threatened and warned sternly not to tell the doctor that the injuries I sustained resulted from their torture. They told me what to tell the doctor when he asked how did I sustain the injuries. Paragraph number 14. In the evening of 5 March 2024, I was again taken to Frankenberg Hospital for medical examination. While the doctor was examining me, police officers were present. Before I saw the doctor, I was told several times that if I tell the doctor the truth about my injuries, I shall be killed and buried inside the sand. Paragraph number 41. The doctor wrote the injuries that he saw. I could not tell him where, when, and how I got injured because of the policeman's presence. Paragraph number 49. They threatened me that should I speak the truth, they shall kill me and bury me inside the cell and/or push me to the ocean while handcuffed. Events of 6 March 2024, paragraph 43. I was again taken to the doctor for medical examination. I was warned not to tell the doctor the truth about how, who, where, and when did I sustain the injuries. I was threatened that should I tell the doctor the truth, I should be killed and buried inside the sand. I was examined in the presence of the police officers, and for fear of death, I didn't tell the doctor the truth. Conclusion. Paragraph number 44. I deny that I am guilty of the offences leveled against me by the state. My Lord, I noticed that on count number 1, first page, I've written the charges human trafficking. Can that be read as the charge of trafficking?
Thank you. So amended then.
Thank you, my Lord.
Is it necessary for it to be translated into Afrikaans for your client, or have you worked through the statement with him in any event?
My Lord, I went through the statement with my clients yesterday.
Let me just hear from him. Mr. Van Rijn, is het nodig dat het deur die tolk vertaal word? Nee. Goed. Alright, then we can accept it that way.
Thank you, my Lord. Can I change my bed for my clients apparent signature?
It's not necessary to be signed. I've already checked with Mr. Van Rijn, so I will admit that as Exhibit E.
Thank you, my Lord. With the paper report, I ending my client's plea explanation to be recorded as Exhibit E.
Thank you, Ms. Makabai.
Thank you, my Lord.
Mr. Sivnarayan, thank you. You may hand over the microphone to Mr. Sivnarayan, and you can move to the lectern, if one can call it that. Just be careful when you open your pages not to put it over the round disk. That's the recording device for our recording.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, I have also prepared a plea explanation in terms of section 115. May I, with leave of the court, may I proceed and read it into the record?
Yes, certainly, you may do so.
Thank you, my Lord. I, the undersigned, Raquel Chantal Smith, state as follows in my explanation of plea of not guilty to the charges of count 1, trafficking in persons for the purposes of exploitation, count 2, kidnapping, and in disclosure of my defense, I am an adult female and accused number 3 herein. I confirm that I understand the nature and content of the charges against me. I make this statement freely, voluntarily, and without undue influence. On the morning of 19 February 2024, I woke up just after 7 o'clock and began getting ready for work. I told my children, Joslin and Requin, that they will not be attending school as their uniforms were dirty. After I was ready, I dropped off my youngest child, Rochelle, at the creche and then proceeded to work. At the time, I was employed as a domestic worker for Carlin Zegers and her daughter, Kelly Zegers. I proceeded to Carlin's home and had coffee with her before starting my day's work. Just after 12 o'clock midday, I borrowed 50 rand from Carlin, which I had used to buy drugs. I went to my home and smoked the drugs with accused 1. I noticed that both the children were still at home at that time. After smoking, I then proceeded back to work, which was at approximately 1 o'clock. After I had attended to Kelly's house, I then returned to Carlin's house, where I had remained for the rest of the afternoon. Just before 5 o'clock, I borrowed another 200 rand from Carlin and proceeded to my home. When I got home, accused number 1 and accused number 2 were present. I inquired from him or them as to the whereabouts of the children, and they responded by saying that Requin was by his godfather and that Joslin was playing around. I then inquired from the neighbor, Makuti, if she had seen Joslin, and she said that the kids went to play at the park. I then suggested to accused one that we should go to the shop in order to purchase gas before it closes. On our way back home, after buying the gas, we bought another bag of drugs, which we smoked immediately upon our arrival at home. A short while later, my son Rekun returned home, and I asked him if he had seen his sister, and his response was no. I then sent him to check at the park, but he later returned stating that there was no one there. I then began to panic and informed my neighbor Namsla that I could not find my child. Namsla said to me that she will assist to look for her. The two of us then proceeded to Dyersville in search of Joslin. We first proceeded to Kelly's house and thereafter to Tassa's house, but did not find her there. It was at this stage that I had become hysterical and others joined in to assist in the search for her. Although I am not certain of the time, but I think it was just after 9 o'clock that the South African Police Services were contacted. They came to my home and I got into their vehicle and continued searching for her. We continued our search until the early hours of the next morning without success. I do not have any knowledge of the offences for which I have been indicted, nor did I plan or have a common purpose or any other purpose to commit such offences. I deny all the allegations, plead not guilty to the charges against me, and put the state to the proof thereof.
Thank you, Mr. Sivnarayan. Is it necessary for it to be translated for your client? I can see that she's indicating it's not necessary.
That is correct.
It will then be admitted as Exhibit F.
As a court, please.
Just to assist with the distribution and access to these documents, and relates to the media as well. I've checked with my registrar whether the printer that we brought along has a scanning facility. You can just approach Ms. Naila Chetty during the break to see how we can facilitate access to the exhibits, the documents, as I don't necessarily want anybody to go through my original file for the risk of losing the documents. You can just discuss the possibilities with them.
Thank you, my lord.
I can see it's on, not working. Before we call the witness in, maybe we should also check the microphones at the defense table. Can we just check the microphones at the defense table, please? Because the next process will be the cross-examination after the prosecution is done. There, it's working. So we will have a microphone in the witness stand. We will, Mr. Blau will be operating his microphone for the translations, and all the others are live. Right, thank you, Ms. Eleven.
Thank you, my lord. State calls Constable Gordon.
We now revert back to the witness that we had on the yesterday. The same still applies as to the identity of the witness and the video.
Indeed.
Nothing has changed.
Indeed, that is
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Mr.
Kubesi, I have to remind you that you are still under oath. That was administered yesterday.
Confirm, my Lord.
Thank you, Mr. Anything else?
Thank you, my Lord. At the close of proceedings yesterday, there was reference to an occurrence book entry. I must inform the court that we received certified copies of the missing persons register and the occurrence book of that day and night. I have made copies available. We received them early this morning when the last court was in session. We received another set of documents. The second set is now behind the fence. We only received it last week's session. In the interim, I have made these copies available to the witness. I haven't gone through it with him myself, but I've afforded him an opportunity to go through it, and I'm going to ask him then simply to place those documents before the court as he had made those entries.
That is one way of dealing with it, having regard to the fact that it is now 11 minutes past 10. We can have the documents handed in. Mr. Harms clearly, by the time he's done with the rest of his cross-examination, if we need to then take the short adjournment for him to go through the documents and then proceed with cross-examination, let's try and do it that way, instead of now standing down and losing half an hour in the process.
Indeed, my Lord.
And then we'll see how the day goes, see whether the defense need a break to have a look at the documents before they cross-examine
Certainly.
on that score, because there's some other
Certainly.
issues. Thank you, Ms. Evans.
May I then have leave to
Certainly.
refer the witness to the documents? Thank you. Good morning, Mr.
Morning, my lord.
You have in front of you a set of 3 documents, that's correct?
My lord.
That's correct, my Lord.
Please tell us, the first document is a 1-pager, it's a certified copy, do you confirm that?
Take a look at the paper that is very and certify a woman.
My lord.
Yes, I confirm that, my Lord.
On the top page, on the right-hand corner, it's referred to as SAPS 10. Is that the same thing we're looking at?
Ngenta apa yang baik ke kuala disebut pada SAP10. Nama Isal.
My lord.
That's correct, my Lord.
Just a moment. Also, the translation into Afrikaans, Mr. Blow. I know it's a 3-way stream, so if we can just
Drie
keep up with
documenten
that.
en police plaas en een wat secretaris was, dat hij zei ja, een document voor u is dat geteerd die beschuldigde bevestigd, die getuige bevestigd heeft gemaakt. Dat hij bevestigd niet aanvaardt.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. Please read out the day and the date that appears on this document.
Kasufundele iyo umhla nosuku ebhalwe kanti ifonzi data nedag op hierdie document ek lees
Umhla obhaliweyo kweli phepha ndiliphetheyo kwakuNgomvulo nge-19 kaFebruwari ngo-2024.
the date and the month and the year appearing on this document, my Lord, is the 19th of February 2024. Die datum, die maand en die jaargetal van de 19e van de tweede maand is jaar 2024.
Halfway down that page, Mr. Bubi said, is another day and date. Please read that into the record.
Xa sisehla ke kweli xwebhu lukhona omnye umhla nedate ke nomhla kawufuna ufundisa wona.
Kukhona i-OB entry eyenziwayo OB 2350 ixesha ku-0215.
There's an entry, my lord, with OB number 2350, which was the time written there, it's 0815, 0215.
Before you read that,
Aansprekingsgemaak op nummer 2350 no, die tyd sal 0215 wees.
Mr. Kobisi, before you read that entry, midway in the page,
Ukuba biyekule ndawo apho singatheni kanye afunde lo mdlalo lowo.
start there. Please read the day and the date.
Qala kuloo ndawo apho sifundele umhla nosuku.
Xa siphakathi nendawo kweli phepha lilapha phambi kwam, kwakungomhla we-20 inyanga kaFebruwari ngo-2024, kunengxelo ebhaliweyo ixesha imizuzu 15 emva ko-12, i-OB number yengu-2347. Not that one.
Just the day and the date, you have, as it appears in the middle of that page.
Esiphakathini umhla kuphela nemini.
Kwakungolosibini nge-20 kaFebruwari ngo-2024.
In when 8 is the dag en maand, die gety sê die kodelse van die tweede maand getal 2024, you ought only to write out the date and the day. The 20th of February 2024 was read out by the witness, my lord.
Very well, and then you had already gone to the entry where you say an entry was made at 0215. Do you see that?
So ufikele kule ndawo apho wena kuthi entry yanyenziwa ngaphambi 0215, uyayibona nto leyo?
Ewe kunjalo my lord.
Yes, that's correct, my lord. U was klaar by die inskrywing wat so plaasgevind het by 0215, die gety bevestig so.
Firstly, who made this entry?
Ngubani okwenze ke le entry okanye ibhale apha?
Ngomnye wogxa bam onguSergeant Titis.
It was done by one of my colleagues, my lord, Sergeant Titis. Die inskrywing was gedoen deur een van my kollegas, Sergeant Titis.
Please read the entry.
Kafunde hy bale
Missing person report. Miss Raquel Chandel Smith report in missing person. The register number was 3 of 2 of 2024. A missing child, subs 55A, completed and recorded in the register.
Wat ingeskryf was het is dat Miss Raquel Chandel Smith het aangemeld van ons persoon, registreer 232 van die jaar 24, vermis van 'n kind in SABC 55A, ingevul en geregistreer.
Very well. My lord, I seek the court's guidance. First of all, want to receive this document as one exhibit, or should I hand it in as we are following?
I'll take, because there are two different
Indeed.
sources. Let's take the first document you referred to and mark that as Exhibit G. Once I've seen the document, I will describe it for the list of exhibits. So this is an occurrence book entry. And it's marked as Exhibit G.
As that pleases. The second document I want to refer you to, Mr. Kobisi, is the several pages of something. is another one-page document that is before you. It looks like this. Do you have that?
Khona ke pambak ke kapelinye ngayo lo pambak.
Ewe kunjalo my lord.
Enkel bladsy as an Uranda kan jy dit sien, gebeur op vestig jy daarby.
Just below halfway is a month and date. Can you read that for us?
Kan jy besingatheni ke ukhona umhla
Month and year.
nenyanga nonyaka. Ngakwazi ukufunda loo nto leyo?
In the middle. Okay. And ukona February 2024.
It is written February 2024. As geskrewe 4 Februarie van die jaar 2024.
At the bottom of the page, there's a date entry. Can you please read that?
Apha ke ekupheleni kwephepha eli kukhona umhla ukwazi ukufundela lo mhla lowo date yakhona.
My apologies, not a date entry. It's an inquiry number. Please read that for us.
Khona ke inamba malunga ke nesinantsika no-enquiry nasifundela loo nto leyo.
I-inquiry number elapho ngu-03 of 2024.
Die nommer wat hier staan is 0302 die jaar 2024. The number appearing here, my lord, is 0302-2024.
The second column.
Khona melandelayo okanye umgcolandlayo.
Zinkcukacha zomntana olahlekileyo ongu-Joslin Smith from Middelpost, Saldanha.
It will be the details about the lost child, Joslin Smith, from Middelpost, Saldanha. That's how the personality is one for Mr. Kant, Joslin Smith, Middelpost, Saldanha.
At the top of that page, the column is headed missing person.
Ngenhla ke apho kubhaleke umuntu olahlekileyo.
Missing and dead, is that correct? Right?
Kubhaleke ukulahleka nomhla pha ngenhla kanye.
Ewe kunjalo my lord.
Yes, I can confirm that op die begin van hierdie bladsy is dit ingeskrewe dat die dag en die persoon van vermis en die datum die getuie bevestig dit is.
If you look at this document, actually the columns ask, the entries are made incorrectly because the first one reads the person who reports missing and date, and the next column reads missing persons details. So at the bottom, am I correct, that should be the other way around?
Uthi ke ngathi kuphazanyiwe ekuqaleni ubapha ngezantsi bekufanele noko itshintshiwe loo nto leyo ngabe ndinolexanishoyo apha ngenhla nenze impazamo uyohluka pha ngezantsi ngaba uyovuma kunjalo.
Ewe kunjalo njalo.
As ons nou kyk na hierdie dokument op die begin van hierdie bladsy, as het verskil met wat op die einde van die bladsy verskil, wat opkom, moes dit nou andersom was, die getuie bevestig. When you look at the document at the beginning of this page, my lord, it was correctly filled in, but now further down at the end, should it be the other way around? Let us confirm this.
Who made this entry?
Ubani ke owenza ukholwa manobhala apha.
And tell on the page too.
Can the court just give me some time to think, because I have to look at the writing and of me that they don't want to think now the answer.
Is this the document that you refer to as the missing persons register? Is that correct?
Ile register nithi ke ibiza nje missing persons register ibhala kuyo komdala lahlekile.
Ewe kunjalo my lord.
This document wat nog bewys word as die vermiste persoon geregistreer. This was now the document which will be the part of the missing persons register, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Blanc. Yes, Mr. Nkabai. On this particular document, it was never asked as far as I have, as to who made that entry. On the previous one, in Exhibit G, it was stated it was by Sergeant Titties. I can't recall that we've discussed the entry on this document. But maybe Ms. Edelman can go there immediately. That will assist.
My Lord, if I may assist, I did ask the witness, he was not sure. He just wanted a few minutes to see the handwriting, to see if he could tell who it may be.
Yeah.
If you're not sure, Constable Teresa, you don't have to, you can always say you're not sure who may be. That's important.
Uthi ke xa nawuzwa umbuzo mhlawumbi awuqinisekanga ngawo akusizathu uba wena uthathe ixesha ukucingisisa unotsho nje awuqinisekanga asinisika lesesofraga nifraga ufita teka nyuma mtakeka mnadia anda skriva takeki iconnect ikanase ikandake ondawuni
licala nindibhethuwa ngoba andiqinisekanga cala nindibhethuwa ngoba
Ms. Edelman,
can the court give me some time?
no, this is not the way we work. This manner of producing documents midway and nobody's sure as to how to deal with it, it's wasting the court's time. This type of stuff must be done before we start court. In any event, what's the importance as to who made the entry?
Take note of that, my Lord.
The document is merely presented as, he said yesterday, well, I made an OB or an OB was made at the police station. Sergeant Titties took the process further, completed the register from the Exhibit A that was handed in. That's it.
Indeed. I will take it no further, my Lord.
Yes. Document will be Exhibit H.
As the court pleases. As the court pleases.
So, the handwriting at the bottom looks very similar to the handwriting of the person that completed Exhibit G, but it's one entry, and this will be Exhibit H,
As it pleases the court.
and this is a list of inquiries for the narrative that we have in the list of exhibits. Now I see the number as 03/02/2024, and this corresponds to the entry in Exhibit G at entry number 2350.
Confirm it, my Lord.
I mentioned the other day when we were dealing with Exhibit A, this is just for the record, that at the top of Exhibit A, it's written Saldana Inquiry, and I wasn't sure whether it was a 0305 or a 08 because of the line being drawn through it. And now it's clear that it must be 03.
Indeed.
That's when it changed from the inquiry to a case.
That is correct.
The line was drawn through the writing on top of the page that caused the confusion as to how to read it.
Indeed.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. The last document that I have is a 4-page document that is before the witness. Please read out the date and the day.
And what document is that?
My Lord, it's part of the occurrence book.
It's part of the occurrence book.
Ngapha phambi kwabo ndiqela ukuba ke iqweqwe namaphepha amane kasifundele umhla So voor een jaar. Voor eerste document, 4 bladzijden, kan niet ons de datum, de dag en het jaartal uitlezen.
kwakungolosibini mhla we-20 kaFebruwari ngo-2024.
It was a Tuesday, 20th of February 2024. Een dinsdag, het 20ste van februari, jaargetal 2024.
I want to refer you to the second page of this document.
De boel uit deze boeken is spelen, wil spelen voor kwijt. Kan ons bewegen naar de tweede plaats van het document. Can we move to the second?
At 1840, there was an entry made.
Voor 1840 kon ik in de Palweer, 1840 is daar aanspreking gedaan.
Ewe kunjalo malona.
Witness confirms below, vestig getuige.
Is this your entry?
Ngaba, mbalulani yako le?
Ewe kunjalo my lord.
It's my entry, my lord. Dit is my aanskreven.
My lord, I seek the court's guidance. Does the court wish for me to have the witness read this entry in, or can we accept it as we did the other exhibits?
Yes, just it's there. As documentary proof there was an entry.
No need.
Unless, of course, the contents is controversial.
My lord, in that case, let me rather have him read this document into the report.
Yeah, you will know whether it's controversial or not. I haven't seen the document.
Indeed, I would ask him to read it in.
All right.
I suspect there will be cross-examination.
Then read it.
As spoken. Constable Kobese, please read the entry that you made.
Kan je indelen door bij abam gelazwam?
Ifuna ngolhlobo late entry report Constable Kobe special number 72102306. Report that I was posted with Constable Kongota when we received the complaint.
De aanspreking gedaan door myself, Constable Kobese, met die machtsnummer 7458256.
Report that I was Constable Kongota.
Ik wil voor de hofplaats dat ik was met Constable Kongota.
When we received a complaint.
Toen ons klag ontvang.
A complaint from the SABC that there is a missing child at number 11 Metigoniwe Street.
Van een vermiste kind in nummer 11 Metigoniwe Straat.
On arrival, we found Miss Rachel Smith. Rachel Smith told us that in the morning she left for work and leave the child, Joslin Smith.
Toen ons opdag het ons juffrouw Rachel Smith ontmoet was, heeft ons gezegd die ochtend, toen ze werk toe was, het ze voor Joshua Smith. Joslin Smith.
With her boyfriend, Jacqueline.
Zij heeft die kind gelaten met haar kerel, Jacqueline.
Now the child is not at home and the boyfriend Jacqueline is also not at home.
Die kind en haar kerel is beiden niet bij de huis nou niet.
And the child mother drove with us to check where the child normally go and play.
Ons en die kind se ma is toe na die plek waar die kind gewoonlik speel.
Go and visit.
Go and visit. And we started by her house. There was nobody in the house.
Ons is toe eers na haar huis toe. Daar was niemand in die huis.
We went to
Sorry, you haven't read what's in the bracket. What's in the bracket?
hockey.
So hockeybees en hakkies.
We went to Marikane and Khalyun Street.
Ons is toe na Marikane
Khalyun.
en Galliwe Straat.
Mother, family, child was not there.
Moeder van die familie, kind was nie daar nie.
And the community of New Arrest Moses Kotana area was helping us to look out.
En die gemeenskap van die area met Skotana kon sy help om met die besoek.
For the child, but it was the load shedding.
Om op te soek vir die kind, maar dit was beheerkrag.
Lost hope was the child could not be with the father since
Ons laaste hoop was gewees op die kind nie met die pa sou wees nie.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that reads correctly. It says our last hope was
Yes,
that the
our last
child
hope, yes.
could be with the father. Is that correct?
that's correct, my lord.
Die laaste hoop was die kind kon moontlik met die pa van die kind was, met die pa was.
Since he is not at home, also at about 15 minutes past 12,
Aangezien hy by die huis was,
we
selfs so by 15 minute na 12,
went back to their house,
ons is toe terug na hulle se huis.
only found friend of the child's mother.
Ons het toe net 'n vriend van die kind se ma gevind.
We went to her family
Ons-
at Usta Street.
Ons is toe na familie,
Usta Street.
Oester Street, Oesterstraat.
Child was not there.
Die kind was ook nie daar nie.
And Aaron Street, child was not there.
Ook na Arendstraat, die kind was ook nie daar nie.
But the child's photo was found since it was the mother family.
Maar 'n foto van die kind was gevind aangesien dit die familie van die ma se kind is.
We went to Restless Wave Street
Ons is toe na Restless Wave Straat
as we were looking for the father all the way.
aangesien ons op soek was van die pa van die kind heeltyd.
But we were told that the father just left and went to the new arrest at Marikana.
Ons was toe laat weet dat die wat dit is.
Just left and went to Marikana.
Ons was toe ingelig dat die vader het gekom het en is weer weg na Marikana.
And we found Jacqueline, child's father,
Ons het toe Jacqueline se pa toe gekry
and asked where the child, and he told us he was with the child from the morning.
Ons het toe vir hom gevra waar die kind was. Hy sê toe vir ons ons was saam met die kind
Till 1 o'clock when a child went out to play outside, and our hopes was then so low.
Sy het toe gesê die kind was die oggend met hom tot 1 uur en ons hoop het toe geval.
What's the purpose of this?
My Lord, it's simply for the sake of completeness that the witness did make an entry.
Just to say that he made an entry. So why does he have to read it?
My Lord would recall
Because if it's presented as a previous consistent statement, because that's what it seems now.
My Lord, if I may, the court would recall the witness indicated yesterday that he refreshed his memory from the occurrence book, and it is for that purpose.
I know, but why does he have to read it?
My Lord, I'm finding out.
If it's there, and that was the source of the information for him for his affidavit, let's leave it up to cross-examination.
As court pleases.
Because we're wasting a lot of time with unnecessary issues. And in any event, this should have been done in the preparation before the witness was called. Because the prosecution should have known that the statement of the witness, in which he's going to rely to testify, came about a week or two ago. And of the document.
As the court please move.
I'm going to mark it as Exhibit J. It consists of 4 pages. It's to explain that I have skipped in the alphabet I deliberately, as I can be confused with 1. So in the event that we have a physical exhibit later on as Exhibit 1, it might be confused with a capital I. Hence, I've skipped I in the alphabet.
As the court pleases, my lord, that is all I have for the witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harams, sir, are you ready to cross-examine? You want to take an adjournment?
My lord, I was going to ask that just now as well with respect, but I just wanted to talk about this exhibit.
Because I can also see there's a problem with the microphone.
It's coming and going. May I just ask you a question, my lord? As far as the numbering of the exhibits is concerned, I received a document from the state which has 2 pages, and that was marked Exhibit G.
Yeah.
That's the one that's on the top. It says Monday date and Tuesday date in the middle of the page, and then there's another page, second page, which the second page at the bottom says 03/02 2024.
That's H.
That's
G was the one, that one page, my one.
I just want to, maybe that's where I'm reading it wrong. So G is only 1 page.
G is 1 page, with the last entry is serial number 2351 at the bottom of the page. And you would have seen that's part of an entry at 3 o'clock. Take it to the followed on the next page. And the H was then the inquiry, let's call it the inquiry register.
Yes.
List of inquiries. That's H, it's a single page.
It has at the bottom 03/2024.
At the bottom of that.
And the 4 pages is Exhibit J.
Yeah, Exhibit J is then, that's where this whole narrative and the entry was made by Mr. Kubesi
Indeed.
at 1840 on the 20th. Got
Indeed, my lord, okay, yes. Thank you, my lord.
So it's 17 minutes to 11.
Could we take an early tea break?
We're going to take a short break now till 11 o'clock. And the reason why I'm bringing it forward are twofold. There were these new documents that arose now. In other words, Council will have the opportunity to consider that as well. And we can sort out the sound issue. We resume at 11 o'clock. We will then go on till 1, subject to where we in the evidence and take the lunch break. We might adjust the lunch break to shorter today because I want to finish this witness and potentially get to another witness. So you must have your next witness available on standby. I don't want to take adjournments to wait for the witness.
Make this call.
Thank you. The court will adjourn.
Confirm so, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Constable, could be start off by making a statement to you in a way of a question between yourself and Constable Gogota. You are the senior of the two.
Yes, I'm senior to him, my lord. At a senior, as my colleague.
Now, we've heard Constable Gogota's evidence, and it was, in my humble opinion, virtually very much the same as your evidence.
I would say I'm sure about the statement which I made, my lord. It's a secret this one of the
You made a statement, an actual affidavit, which was presented to myself. Do you remember you making a statement, an actual statement? I'm not referring to the report in the OB, I'm referring to a statement that was commissioned.
Yes, I remember, my lord. I can remember
Now then I'll be correct in saying that
that's not correct, my lord. That is not correct that the current so gemaakt was 20 February 2025.
why do you say this?
Tell me six or John. Yes, I do have the document in front of me. I get the document for me.
Let me just start with proving your statement. Look at that document's first page. You see on top it says Donna Cas 24/2/2024. Correct?
Ube yabona phakathi kwempela lokuqala ukubhala Sadana Cas 24/2/2024 kunjalo? Documents geskryf as Sadana saak 24 van die tweede maand 2024.
And below that, Donna Cas 24/2/2024, it looks like your name appearing with Zuko, where's the English, you see that?
Uthi apha ngenhla kubhala kuluzu kwemese ozawutyhanika zelengelo phantsi kwesifungo ngesingesi. Uyayibona into leyo? I can see that, my lord. Begin waar die sosiale kwemese sal onder eed getuig, onder eed verklaar in Engels.
And that document in front of you that's started, as I've indicated now, consists of 4 pages.
Xa siqaphela ke le ngxelo phambi kwakho imalunga namaphepha amakhulu amathathu. Amane.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
Hierdie document is 4 bladsye dik. Yes, my lord, it's correct. 4 pages.
It's 4 pages and it is 11 paragraphs.
Uthi ke amaphepha amane kokunye ke imiqolo emi-11 paragraph.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
Dis 4 bladsye met 11 paragrafen. It is 4 pages, my lord, with 11 paragraphs.
And it's a typed document. It's not a written document, it's a typed document.
Akubhalwanga ngesandla le ngxelo, ixwethezile.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
Hierdie dokument is nie geskrewe nie, maar is getik.
Who typed that document?
Ngubani ke waxetsha abanye ubhala watayipha ingxelo le?
Ndim mhlekazi umnikazi wayo.
I am the one who typed the document, my lord. Ek is die persoon wat die document getik het.
Please turn to the last page. It starts with paragraph 9, 10, 11. There is a commissioning signature date time. Can you see that?
Uthi ke masephepha lokugqibela ke apho nasiqala ngo-9, 10, 11. Ukhona ke nendawo apho mhlawumbe kufuniswe khona umhla, ixesha nangonyaka. Uyayibona loo nto leyo?
Ewe ndiyayibona mhlekazi.
Yes, I can see that, my lord. Op die laaste bladsy sal u kan sien beëdiging en ook die datum, die tyd en die jaargetal, die getese jaar.
Since you've got the document, I assume that you are aware of the contents of this document.
Njengomuntu ke otayipeke eli xwebhu eli, makuba wena uyayazi lequlothe leli xwebhu elapha ebhalwe apha.
Ewe ndiyayazi mhlekazi.
Yes, I am aware of the contents of the documents because babas van die onderhoud van die document.
And at the bottom of paragraph 11, your name is the Constable basic, your signature appears there.
Apha ke ngezantsi ke kukhona ke igama lakho Constable bese wabhala signature yakho. Uma loo nto injalo?
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
I confirm that the signature and my name and my Elkobese now, Constable Elkobese, ek bevestig hier dat my handtekening en my naam Constable Elkobese.
The Commissioner of Oath and commissioned your affidavit with Sergeant Kiki.
Kwaye ke umuntu ke awathi ngakubhaleke xwebhu okanye statement esokufundisayo ingathi uSergeant Titis uyayivuma loo nto leyo?
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, I confirm, my lord, the commissioner was Sergeant Titis. Die persoon wat hierdie verklaring geëdig het kan bevestig was Sergeant Titis.
Just above Sergeant Kiki's signature, there is the date written there. Can you just read that to the court? What does that date say? It's on the left-hand side, just after the word one.
Ngenhla ke apha kukhona ke idate ebhalwe phayana. Khawusifundele ithini le date leyo.
20 kaFebruwari ngo-2025.
The date, my lord, will be the 20th of February 2025. Die datum wat aangebring is, sal die 20ste van die tweede maand 2025.
And the time is 11:30.
Die ixesha 11:30.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
The time was 11:30, my lord. The date was 12.
When I started off my question to you, the statement to you was that you made a statement 20th of February this year.
Uthi kaloku ixabeni kwam ndithe wena wenze ingxelo kuFebruary ka-2025.
And you said no.
Wathi wena hayi.
Istatement zam ndasenza ndazifaka kwindawo ekhuselekileyo kuba ndisaziba ndizasifuna mhla saze sadingeka.
Okay. Can the witness just repeat, my lord?
Istatement zam ndasenza
I made my statement, my lord.
ndasigcina kwindawo ekhuselekileyo kuchwephesha bale mihla kuba ndizawusidinga umhla saze safuneka.
And I put it at a safe place in order for men to be able to retrieve it and use it when it will be needed. Again, die verklaring gemaakt, gewerkt op hele gepleit om het te gaan gebruiken als het mondelijk nodig wordt.
When you made this statement, and it was commissioned on the 20th of February this year, can you tell the court, did you talk to somebody before you made the statement, before you typed it? Did you consult some persons in respect of the content of this statement that you made, or did you?
Ngalemi isenza ke statement mhla 25. Phambi koba usenze usitayi usibhale uba sifundiswe ngaba khona mhlawumbe umuntu wathetha naye unoxoxa ezithile okanye hayi.
Akekho mhleka.
None person was approached when I made a statement. Lord, geen persoon was me gevraagd voordat ik hierdie verklaring gemaakt heb nie eerlik.
Lord, before I proceed, that statement be handed up.
Andizophinda ke ndiqhubekeke ngokwisitatement sakho kodwa ke into ndibuze wena ndibuze ngaba mhlawumbi akho mntu uthethileyo naye mhlawumbi uncokole naye phambi kwestatement wathi hayi.
Ewe kunjalo mhleka.
That's correct, my lord. The demonstrator correct verklaring gemaakt het.
You will recall you've just given evidence about the entry of the report in occurrence book.
Unikezele ubungqina usithi wena ikhona ebhale wena phakhe occurrence book.
Maybe the judge,
Unikezele phayibuleni kumbona ebhale CBJ. Ukhumbula unikezele ubungqina.
Ewe ndiyakhumbula manje.
I confirm, my lord, I can confess that I swore inscribing Khatune.
Now, since you gave evidence yesterday, I would probably be correct in assuming that you remember what you gave evidence about yesterday.
Izolo ke ukunikezela ubungqina mandamkele ke nokusekhumbule ukuchithetha na izolo.
Ewe ndisay.
Yes, I can recall. I kan van Dobertek van gister vertegen.
And you have just minutes ago read in your report that you wrote down the occurrence book.
Why again, lo bhala phaya current occurrence book naleni wayibhala ngalamini mayifunda mhlanje kusasa.
That's exhibit J.
Exhibit J.
Ewe bendifundile my lord.
That's correct, my lord, I read it. Dus de rechtsuitvoerbare erkent inschrijving uitgelezen.
Now, you will remember from your evidence yesterday, and also if we refer in respect to that to the Machaia report, that reference has been made to the father of the child, the missing child, the father, and reference is also made to the boyfriend of Kelly Smith.
Uyakhumbula ke ngokwezingxelo apha maxa wambi ke uchaza ke ngotata womntana amanye ke amaxa uphinde uchaza ke nge-boyfriend nomntana
Mama.
tata ngelinye ixesha kuthiwa ngelinye ixesha lirhekelana.
Zonke zoncombolo ndiyazazi njalo.
Yes, I know all that information, my lord. Dit is een rechtsuitvoerbare kennis van de informatie.
Now, when you attended to this report about a missing child, your evidence led that you spoke to the person being the mother of the child, Kelly Smith, when you arrived and saw her in the street.
Kubungqina bakho uthi wena ngeli xesha ke somamela isikhalazo eso sidibene ke nomama womntana onguKelly Smith sidibana endleleni.
Sidibene naye endleleni ngokunjalo mhla.
Yes, we met up with in the street, my lord. Ons het vaak toe in die straat ontmoet die moeder van die kind.
I know it might not be important, but I just want to ask you, when you spoke to her, can you recall what she said to you? Where you get the boyfriend from? Did she say to you, your evidence said that Kelly Smith said that she left the child in the care of her boyfriend?
Kubungqina bakho uthi wena uKelly wathi kuye ngoba umntana ndamshiya ke ekunye ne-boyfriend uyakhumbula?
Ewe ndikhumbula ngokunjalo mhla.
Yes, I remember it in that manner, my lord. Jy het gesê dat Kelly het gesê dat sy die kind verlaat het en sorg van haar kerel, het jy bevestig is dit?
And your statement also refers to, may I just go to this microphone being dislodged. I apologize. There's one thing I want to refer to in reference to your report, and that I immediately now picked up your report, which is Exhibit J, and your affidavit, Exhibit K.
Uthi ke ukhona ke into endifuna uba ke ndiwucacisa umnantsile ndicacisele ngayo apho ndifumana ke ku-Exhibit J nakwingxelo yakho.
Exhibit J refers to a couple of street names.
U-Exhibit J ke ukhankanya ke amagama ambalwa ezitalato.
Now, in your evidence, the street Orange Street came up.
Kubungqina bakho ke ukhona ke isitrato sesavela ntaxa sithetha ke uba isitrato se-Orange Street.
Ewe ndiyasikhumbula mlwethu.
Yes, my lord, I can recall. Ek kan onthou dat ek so 'n straat genoem het.
In your report, it says towards the end of the report that Exhibit J, the fifth line from the bottom, sixth line from the bottom, it said, we went to Marikana and Collier Street.
Uthi ke u-Exhibit J ke u-Exhibit J apha ezantsi ke kuyabhala into yoba kukhona amagama kodwa ngakho Marikana kathi nokhalibi esinjalo. Uthi kanti kule ndawo ke i-entry yakho phakathi kwa-currents book lapho vela khona Marikana nokhalibi. Kule ndawo apho khona uwoki ngapha ke i-empty brackets apha ngezantsi ukuthi uvele ke amagama akubo bhale apho Marikana kwakunye nokhalibi.
Ewe ndiyayibona mshaka.
I can see that, my lord. Let's see.
Didn't see you putting as a correct one on this again. You refer to as a, because you refer to restless ways to.
Uthi ke apho entry yakho ubhala lamagama ke uMarikana ke nokhalibi ukhalibi lo kodwa ke kwingxelo le yakho ubhala wena can you repeat the first name I mentioned in my affidavit?
The words those who see names Marikana and Collier Street.
Uthi ke I'm confused now.
You see in your report that like 5 or 6 lines from the bottom.
Uthi ke apha ngezantsi kunamagama ovelayo. Yes.
You mentioned after Wookie we went to Marikana and Collier Street, Mother's family.
Uthi ke ni apha ke ingxelo yakho uthi seMarikana naseGalwin Street. Umama family. Mama family kamama.
Ihoki endibhekisele kuyo esasikuyo yile kamama womntana unguJoslin.
The hockey I'm referring to here, my lord, is the hockey belonging to the mother of the missing child, Joslin. The hockey wat ek van melding maak in verklaar en die inskrywing hier as die hockey en waar die moeder van Mr. Kind Joslin.
Then igama lestrato elisiGalwin yindawo ekufutshane kwapha ematyotyombeni apho wayecinga into yoba uKelly singamfumana khona umntana wakhe.
The name Galwin, my lord, would be a place close by where she mentioned it's a possibility where we can find the child. Die naam Galwin is 'n plek in Nabeid waar sy moontlik gesê het ons kan bevind.
Told this court that you didn't consult with anybody. And I take it that you refreshed your memory about what happened a year ago, because this incident was exactly a year ago when you made your statement. A year ago, you refreshed your memory about that from your report, isn't that so?
Uthi ke wena uthi ka ngithetha nabo bamenzele ngqondo. Uthi kodwa yena ngecinga ngoba wena phambi kuba wenza ingxelo yakho statement sakho uqale ke wena wazikhumbuza ngento ayibhalayo ke wayibhala kunyaka ogqithile akunjalo?
Hayi akunjalo mhlaba.
No, that is not correct, my lord. It is correct that we weer on the word on the inskrywing wat die jaar gelede gedoen was.
Sorry, just help me out here. You say it is not correct that you refreshed your memory from your report, which is in Exhibit J.
Uthi ke zange zikhumbuze ke malunga nengxelo le statement sakho.
Andizange ndathetha namntu xa ndandisenza istatement sam. Yonke le ngxelo ndandiyenza ngela xesha kwakuripota umntana olahlekileyo.
My lord, I didn't refresh my memory or speak to anyone when I did my statement. When I did my statement was about the information I got on that day about the missing child. Ek het geen persoon geraad gepraat en herinner oor wat gebeur het in verband met inskrywing wat ek wel in my verklaring ingeplaas het, is wat so gebeur was en my oorgedra was op die dag van die voorval.
Yes,
20 February 2025? And the answer is no.
Yes.
I made the statement, I kept it in the same place. But that's the evidence. This commission could have been kind of maybe we should check with him when we make a statement, whether it was commission or not. In the first time, and then from where we were, if it was the time, then we get the information. If it was tied that to the private person.
Thank you. So, Constable, Kubeze, his lordship is not said. What I want to check with you is, you said first of all that you didn't make the statement on the 20th of February 2025. It was commissioned on the 20th February 2025.
Uthike wena xa bendibuza engxenye ndisithi na ngoFebruary 2025 uthi hayi kodwa ngexesha nathi wafundiswa kumhla we-20 kaFebruary 2025.
Ukwenziwa kwestatement, my lord, kungonyaka ogqithileyo 2024 kodwa sifungelwe kuba sidingeka ngo-2025.
The statement was made, my lord, in 2024, but commissioned after it was needed in 2025. Die verklaring was gemaakt in het jaargetal 2024, maar aangezien dit zo benodigd was, was het beëdigd in het jaargetal van 20 februari 2025.
What I want to ask you is that protocol, is that procedure, or is that just your way when you get confronted with situations like crime reports, missing person reports? Is that what you usually do?
Ingaba le inkqubo okanye benisebenzisayo xa mhlawumbi umuntu sibuza mhlawumbi malunga nezenzo neziganeko ezenzekileyo.
Mhlekazi, nayiphi na into esiyenzayo emsebenzini,
Whatever we do at work, my lord,
iinkcukacha zayo zihlala zikhona zisetyenziswe mhla zidingeka.
information would remain but would be used when needed. En alle werkomstandighede wat ons mee besig is, informasie sal daar wees, maar sal gebruik word wanneer dit benodig word.
Then just explain to the court
Kan sê lê geen punt.
your report that you wrote in, that's now in the journal. At 1840, 20th of February.
For 1814 tot 20 February,
Doesn't contain the detail that you have got in this affidavit that you said you made on the 20th. You said you made a statement on the wrote the statement, typed the statement on 20th February 2024. You kept it in a safe somewhere, or a safe place somewhere. You wrote your report on the same day at 1840. But there's a vast difference between the two.
unomehluko ke kwinto ebhalwe phambi 1840 ke kule ngxelo yakho ka-2024 nento ebhalwe ke kwisistatements sakho esixabamba sabafundisa kuso ngoku awifani into ebhalwe ngo-2024 nento ebhalwe ofundisa kuyo ngo-2025.
Le ngxelo ibhalwe ngo-1840
The information entered in 1840, my lord,
yingxelo endayenzayo ebingasoze ifane nale itayiphiweyo kuba iinkcukacha zam endisebenza ngazo azikho kwi-system yasemapoliseni.
the information which I did in 1840 won't be the same as in the statement, because the statement won't have the same information which is with the police.
No.
verskil heeltemal. Sorry man.
Iinkcukacha ezilapho kwezi statement ndisibhalileyo
What is written in what I wrote, my Lord,
zibhalwe ndim
I entered that,
neenkcukacha ezikwi-affidavit ziinkcukacha ezibhalwe ndim. Umohluko ngoba kubhalwe ngepeni kwenye kutayitshwe ngekhompyutha.
the difference will be, my Lord, pen written first and then typed copy. That's the difference between. Die verskil tussen wat ingeskryf was op op 1840 en op die jaargetal 2024, dis nie veel van verskil sê die getuie nie, want wat in 2024 geskrewe was en ingeskrywe was in aangeskrywe wat op die verklaring wat eerder was op 2025 is getip. Dis die enigste verskil.
Otherwise, we go so you are really on the nature of the night of the 19th, even of the 19th, leading on the morning of the
Wena emsebenzini uqale mhla we-19 wasebenza ubusuku bakhona, kulindele kwa wena emsebenzini uzawukhululeka mhla ulandela mhla u-20. Kunjalo?
Ewe kunjalo ngokutsimba ekusebenzini.
That is correct, my Lord. Ek sou begin in die skof die 19e van die tweede maand 2024 en sou eindig tot die volgende dag getuig. Bevestig? Nou, depende op ons. Zo. Ngizambuza ke imibuzo ke uhlobo engimamele ngayo mhlawumbe ngibise ngalo xa sibuza uphendula. Ngilindele ukuphendula okanye wayo. Uthi suba sacacisa uzaba okanye wayo. Ingaba uqale ngabani ixesha uphangela mhla we-19 kaFebruwari 2024, ingaba ubhala kahle xa kuthiwa mhla singesithandathu?
Uqale ngo-6.
Yes, it started at 6.
you saw the nature on the evening of the 20th at 6 o'clock.
Ishift yakelandayo wazoqala wena mhla we-20 malanga ngesithandathu.
Ewe kunjalo my lord.
That is correct, my Lord. So die volgende skool begin die 20ste van die tweede maand 2024 om by 6 uur. Wena uripote emsebenzini ntsimbi sithandathu e-police station.
Ewe kunjalo my lord.
Yes, my Lord, that's correct.
Mhlekazi, yonke le nto nalibhala apha ndibhala kwiinotes endandizenzile kumsuku obudlulileyo.
What is entered in here, my Lord, will be from notes which I took the previous night. But die verskyn hier dan waar is van notas wat ek so geneem het die vorige aand, want die vraag was gewees of u wat is inskryf in 2416 van 48 u dit self geskryf van Sanko, die getuie sê dit van notas wat ek vorige aand so geneem het.
Am I correct at that stage? This is still inquiry.
You know, ngela xesha ngakabimtala kusakupha
Kwakusenziwe nje i-inquiry idokotela laliselikhona ngaphambili.
It was an inquiry, yes, my Lord, but there was already a docket.
Criminal docket with the cash number.
It docket in the service number.
If you don't know, you can say so.
Uthi bakhumbula ukuthi
Andisakhumbula ngoma ngicela ukucinga kancinci.
I don't recall when it was, my Lord, but can the court just give me some time to rethink?
Now you won't necessarily know because that falls within the different division and understanding.
Uthi kaloku kusizathu uba ude usikhumbuze kaloku bendisenichazela uba yonke loo nto kaloku kwelimcandelo.
Yabulela malodo Nkosi.
Thank you, my Lord.
So that
The witness is asked the court to repeat, please. Lilonga ke statement senziwayo kwikhompyutha masibeka okanye sisave okwenza uba usisebenzisa xa sifuna.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is correct, my lord. Wabhala ke uhlobo uchazakelo kuwe kaloku apha ikhompyutha kaloku zindlela zohlobo zotayipha izinto uzibeke ngohlobo lazo kodwa wamsebenzisayo.
Ndasebenzisa nje uhlobo lotayipha qha.
I only use the method of typing.
You've now agreed with what the thought you said, what you said. And you drafted a statement on your computer on the day, the 20th of February 2024. That's what you said. Now, what I'm asking you is, did you print it and then save it, or did you save it on the computer?
Ufuna uqonda ke ukuthi ke uyakuba xa usithi ke mhlawumbe ke performance 2024 wasiteka isitatement sakho phaa computer ufuna uqonda uba mhlawumbe wasiprinta wasigcina okanye sigcine phaa computer uhlalise phaa computer.
Ndasitayipha ndasigcina apha kwikhompyutha, my lord.
I typed it and left it on, kept it on the computer, my lord. Ek het dit getik en op die rekenaar gelaat.
Did Constable Lota and you use the same computer?
Wena nongogotha nisebenzisa ikhompyutha enye?
Hayi mhlekazi, asebenzisa ikhompyutha enye.
No, my lord, we don't use the same computer. Eke ngogotha sabekisela nyekanali.
He doesn't have access to your computer. He can't get into your computer and see what's in your computer.
Lilonge yena kanokwazi uba angene computer yakhe ajonge ngoliphe computer yakhe.
Hayi akanayo imvume yokujonga information kwikhompyutha yam mhlekazi.
He doesn't have the right, is not allowed, or is not allowed to look into what my computer contains. I think the password of what many of you can understand.
I am asked the state to just produce Exhibit B and present it to even this copy to
We have Exhibit B in front of us, my lord. Lilonge ke silokhe lo wakho uphile womnye. Yebo?
Now, Constable Basic, if you, which you, no, let me start there. You confirmed to this court that you didn't consult with anybody. You didn't ask anybody even. The details in your statement you got because it was on your computer, which you put down there, typed there on the 20th February 2024. And you produced it and printed it now, 20th February 2025, when it was commissioned. That's what you told us. Not correct, you confirmed.
Enkundleni ke uthe wena ingxelo yam ndayenza ngoFebruwari 2024 ndayigcina ikhompyutha yam kodwa ngexesha lifuneka ndayiprinta ke ndaba ke ndafungiswa ngomhla we-2025 kaFebruwari into yobuxoxaza enkundleni kunjani?
Ndichaze kanjalo mhlekazi.
That was my explanation to court, my lord. That must be for Declan and Hof here.
Can I have a look at Exhibit B? Exhibit B. That's the statement of your colleague, younger Gota.
Uzawuqapha ujonsa ke inasibengelo ka umhlekazi uGongotha uyanga Gongotha. Paragraph yesithathu.
We then attended to the complaint immediately after we received it, and upon arrival at trial, we met with the mother of the missing child, Commandant Joslin Smith. He did not seem to be worried at this moment. She was gone.
Uthike wena kwakini ngalelini ngoba sifumene ke umyalezo ngesikalo sesuka ekufumene bekisile ke komatu kwambia apha drive umelo post besawudala sadibana khona nomama olundana xa boyelahlekile uthi ke lo wayengaziwa ke Kelly Smith Kelly uthi ke wayekela ngibona kanje umuntu wayekhathazekile ekwakanti umuntu okhululekileyo yazibona wena balelo thelekisa ibona ibhala khona
endiyaziyo my lord sesam istatement endiqinisekileyo ngazo and bendisebenza kunye no-Constable Bongota information anayo yile namdinayo.
My lord, what I'm sure about is that my statement contained what I wrote, and the commissioner commissioned the statement of mine of Gongota is the same commission.
It's not the same. Oh. It's not the same.
It's not the same commission.
It's not the same.
It is not the same at all.
There's a services wabi, so information in our fund, but
ngaba uyamqaphela uba apha ekhona umhlelo waRams gqwetha eli le nto echazayo le mazi uyamqaphela uba apho uyambisisa ukufuna uthini
ndiyamfumana mhlekazi.
Yes, I can. Uthi kaloku soxele mamebisa umbuzo kuzwa ligqwetha xa libuza uphinde loo nto ebuzayo kuphela. Uthi ba mhlawumbi ufuna mhlawumbi awukangisisi kakuhle mlinde makaphinde. Siyabona?
Ewe kuyavakala my lord.
I understand, my lord. Both exhibits, my lord. Uzobaveza bobathathu bobabili paragraph 3. I've opened them both. That's one.
The first portion of we then attended to the complaint immediately after we received it.
Uthi ke wena apha kubhala apha evidence ukuthi thina kwangelo xesha ngokusifumene isikhalazo sisaya kule ndawo apho kwakhalaza kuyo uthi wena thina thina kwangoko Yes, what?
Ndiyazibona, my lord.
Yes, I can see that, my lord. Uthi ke zamaklo ndawo leyo akabikho imibezo ayenza amaklo ndawo leyo ke na. Xa sisiyakhe phaa ku-exhibit B, ingxelo yenza ke uConstable uGongotha.
You will realize the only difference between the two portions where he is that instead of using the word we, he uses the word I.
Umehluko ke apha wena uyakwenxelo ukuthi thina yena umehluko uthi mna.
Ndiyawubona, my lord.
I see that difference, my lord.
Concludes that sentence in the following manner. And upon arrival at driving, open bracket, informal settlement, close bracket, the middle post, salvana, full stop.
Aqhubekeke yena ke uthi unansika umhlekazi uGongotha uthi fikeni phayana eDryhook uthi ke unansika eMatotombeni imali inkosi Saldanha.
Your version reads, and upon arrival at driving, open bracket, informal settlement in middle post, comma, Saldanha, close bracket.
Uthi kwa wena uthi kufikeni kwethu phaa eDryhook eMatotombeni imali inkosi eSaldanha.
For the insertion of a comma between middle post and Saldanha, and the bracket moving on, absent a full stop, it's identical.
Uthi ngaphandle kuba wena usebenzise i-full stop yena esebenzise nansika i-comma yonke le iyafana. Sebenzise i-full stop yena wena usebenzise i-comma lilonke yonke into ebhalwe lapha iyafana. Uyayibona into le?
Ndiyayibona, my lord.
I can see that, my lord. Bhalwa.
Yes, I don't want to go through the whole statement like this, but I think you need to, I just want to make one final in that paragraph.
Now you can turn to, for example, paragraph 4 and 4 between these there and then ask the question.
Possible could be said, if I may leave the court, just still paragraph 3. Your paragraph 3, after Saldanha, close bracket, there is no full stop, it's the continuation of the sentence. We met with the mother of the missing child, now known to me as Kelly Smith in capital letters.
Uthi ke apha kuwe ke middle post Saldanha bracket leyana akukho full stop iyaqhubekeka. Sadibane ke nomama womntana olahlekileyo ubeka i-comma. Now okwaziwa ngakho uthi ungawothi uKelly Smith. Full stop.
Capital letters. Now let me read you, or have a look as I read it at Gogota, your colleague's statement. His statement, at a full stop after Saldanha and then said, I meant, then it's the same word to the mother of the missing child that came.
Uthi ke apha kunansika uGongotha yena uSaldanha une full stop. Amazwi afanayo ndadibana mna nomama womntwana oye waziwa kum njengoKelly Smith.
Your statement ends, there's a comma after missing child.
Kuwe ke apha ngomntana olahlekileyo kune-comma.
And it says after the comma, now known to me as Kelly Smith, capital letters Kelly Smith.
Uthi ke apha kubhalwe ke oye waziwa kum njengoKelly Smith uthi ke apha ke capital letters ezi. Indlela ebhalwe ngayo phasi capital letters Kelly Smith.
Congota's statement of the missing child, there's no promise that says that came known to me as Kelly Smith, small letters, full stop.
Uthi kwalapha ke uGongotha uthi yena lo yewayeseka uNjo Kelly Smith ebhala these small letters with full stop.
Your sentence after that, Kelly full capital letters Kelly, did not seem very worried at this time, full stop, she was calm. Kelly did not seem very worried at this time. Oh, sorry, at this moment. Sorry, at this moment. Thank you. Apologize.
Kwaye wena uthi ngela thuba akabonakala nje umuntu ukhathazele ukuthi uKelly full stop.
You see that?
Yabona le.
My Lord.
I see that, my Lord.
And then the last three words is she was calm.
Amagama amathatha okugqibela wayengumuntu okhululekileyo.
My Lord.
I see that, my Lord.
I can carry on with our statement. I'm just going to go on a little bit in paragraph 4.
Uthi ke anzoqhubeka kakhulu kodwa ndizawuqhubeka nje kancinci kuparagraph esine.
Your paragraph 4. Kelly in capital letters was alone when we attended the complaint, and she then explained to us. Congota,
Uthi ke wena ubhala kuKelly capital letter wayeyedwa utsho wena ke wasichazela ke nomntana wakhe walahlekayo leGongotha yena ithi
you see that?
yabona le apha kuyo yabona le paragraph esine uKelly wayeyedwa ngexesha siyakunanisa isikhalazo esi kwaye ke wasichazela nentombi yakhe uJoslin Smith iminyaka kwalahlekayo yabona le yakho.
The interpreter is now moving ahead to the sentence. Please stop at the sentence where I stopped.
Uthi ke uKelly wayeyedwa ngexesha sifika kuye wasicacisela ke mandoda.
Constable Kubesi, you see what I read.
My Lord.
Yes, I can see what you have read.
What a sentence is. Kelly was alone when I attended the complaint, and she then explained to me.
Uthi ke yena uGongotha into yoba uKelly wayeyedwa ngelo xesha siye umama isikhalazo wacacisela mna.
So the difference between your sentence, this part of the sentence, and your colleague's sentence is that you have Kelly capital letters, and where you say us, explain to us. What
God said to me.
Explain to me.
Uthi umehluko kaloku apha ubhala uKelly uthi wena ke wachazela thina uGongotha uthini wachazela mna yena.
My Lord.
I see that, my Lord.
After that, it says that her daughter, Joslin Smith, in brackets, open brackets, 6 years old, close brackets, in the same full stop. Your sentence says, explain to us that her daughter, Joslin Smith, full capital letters, Joslin Smith, open brackets, 6 years of age, close brackets.
Uthi kwa wena wathi uthi ke intombi yakhe uJoslin Smith ebhala capital letters ibrackets u6 years of minyaka kwaye ke wayengekho.
My Lord.
I see that, my Lord.
Did Congotta copy his statement from yours, or did you copy your statement from Congotta?
Ingaba phakathi kwenu omnye ukope komnye ingxelo nomnye ukope komnye.
Andinabungqina buqinisekileyo ngaloo nto, my Lord, njengoko ndithe esam istatement ndasitayipa ndasigcina kwindawo ekhusekileyo kwikhompyutha yasemsebenzini.
I don't have information or evidence to that effect because, as I said to the court, I type my statement on my computer and save it at the on the work computer.
Let me ask you another question. Point something out to you. Look at it. It's a bit.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to do as I did before, my Lord. My interpretation was that, my Lord, I did not have direct evidence that he copied from mine because from my computer, which I typed and saved it on my computer. That's what my interpretation was, my Lord.
Sub-computer. Police computer.
Uyayibona impixano kayingxaki ihlala zam umehluko kanye.
Ndiyayibona mhlekazi.
Yes, I can see the umzekelo uzayenza ibe mfitshane singade sichithi ixesha elinintsi kule nto le. Ekuqaleni thina siqale ngo-Exhibit J. Yinto owayibhalayo wena 1840 ngokwenzeka ngosuku olungaphambili. I-entry yakho ke i-occurrence book le. Umr Aramseke kule ngxelo okanye kule entry yakho unamagama ke ezitrata awavezileyo. Statement sakho ke paragraph 5 into eqaphelekayo ke wena ucacisile paragraph esithandathu malunga ke noqoqo kodwa awengo onke amagama ezitrato wafakayo. Uthi loo nto iyamkeleka okanye ilindelekile. Uthi yinto ephuma phaa kwe-Exhibit J. Ingxaki evelayo apha mhlekazi wam into ecacayo nengathi yamangazi into yoba konke ukubhalwe okanye ngendlela ekubhalwe ngayo kubhongotha kuyafana ukubhalwe nguwe. Uyandivisisa?
Ndiyakuva, my lord.
I understand.
in your report, Exhibit J, you refer to Jacqueline Wallace, and you refer to father, and you refer to boyfriend.
uthi ke kwingxelo yakho exhibit A wena uchaza uJacqueline Police njengekrexe kwakunye notata.
Ndiyayibona my lord, xa uthetha isintu sesiXhosa uyakwazi usebenzisa nokuba leliphi igama kodwa ube uthetha into enye.
Yes, my lord, I can see that, but in the Xhosa language, you can use two names but meaning the same thing.
I'm not asking for information, just asking if you're aware of it. You noted that, that's what you did.
Uthi ke ngicela ukucacisela ngifuna ndiqonde ukuba uyayiqaphela uyenzile loo nto leyo.
Ndiyayibona my lord.
Yes, I can see that, my lord.
And it was at that time that you made your so-called statement on the computer, kept it there for safekeeping, and in your statement, that type statement you keep referring to Buddha. Where did that come from?
Uthi ke ngiyothuba ke wena ubhala statement sakho phaa kwikhompyutha ke bhala ke loo nto leyo. Uthi kwa kwistatement sakho waseva ikhompyutha kuvela igama kaBhuta, loo nto ithathaphi?
Kubusuku obudlulileyo xa ndandisenza uphando kunye nosapho olulahlekelwe ngumntana, igama endandilazi likatata omntana leli likaBhuta.
The previous night, my lord, whilst doing investigation about the lost child, the name which I came to know about the father of the child was Bhuta.
Yes. I accept that.
Ndiyayamkela loo nto leyo.
But you said, your statement, you typed that night, a year ago, or morning, or whenever, a year ago, you typed this on the computer. In the last year, you had not a lot of information from this investigation, which is the charges that we have in the kidnapping, trafficking. You heard a lot of information, isn't that correct?
Uthi ke ngeli xesha ke usenzeka kwamhlanje kwenzeka le nto unolwazi oluninzi malunga nophando malunga nophando olwenziwayo kunjalo?
My lord, I'm sorry, I have to object at this stage. This witness's evidence was that his dealings in this matter concluded here. He was not part of the investigation, so to put the questions in that way is not fair or accurate.
Constable,
Gomez.
at the time, when that statement you made, put it on your computer, after you've written this report,
Ngeli xa usenza i-statement sakho sifaka ikhompyutha emva kokwenzeke le report,
you said that was done, I'm saying after, I mean, at that time, it was the 20th of February, 2024.
uthi yenzeka emva kwemini ngomhla 20 kaFebruary 2024.
The CAS number has been allocated to you.
Ngela thuba ke le nto kuthiwa ne-KB ibizwa nge-case number emapoliseni ingekafakwa.
In that respect, I refer to Exhibit A,
Apho ke ndizawubuyela kwi-exhibit A,
which your colleague referred to, and that is the circulation missing unidentified persons, SABC 55.
uthi ke ingxelo okanye mhlawumbi likwephu ke apha khona malunga ke nomcoco zomntana lahlekileyo le kuthiwa izawuba yi-SABC 55.
But it's an inquiry into a missing person, no criminal activity, charges, investigation. There's no case that has been, in any event, no case number has been allocated. It has been allocated shortly after that, or not shortly after that, I don't know. But my point to you is, you're sitting with a missing persons report. You were part of that investigation regarding the missing persons, and when you, as you stated, made this statement, and then okay. It was done on the 20th of February 2024, and there was no allocation even of a case number, and there was no criminal investigation. Is that correct?
Uthi ke yena ngale mini ke xa banixhasa ukuthiwa xa bakuxhasa na-SABC 55 ugcwalisa yena malunga ke nendlela enasebenza ngamalunga nomntana lahlekileyo. Akabikho phando ayizoba khona i-case number phaa kwi-SABC 55. Ingaba kunjani?
Xa ewe kunjalo mhlekazi, xa ugcwalisa i-SABC 55 ayiphumi nayo i-inquiry. Xa ibe siyithumela thina xa sigqibile kube cuphi, then i-inquiry register kuzawuba khona ke ngo-i-reference.
My Lord, after we fill out this SABC 55, there will be an inquiry report. That inquiry report will be done after the SABC 55 has been sent to the detectives.
With the greatest respect, and yeah, I don't understand that.
What are the other pieces?
My Lord, is Saldana Cas, 24 of 3/2024. Indeed.
Thank you. You heard that, Constable, please?
Kuthiwa ke inamba yedoketi yona ikuthiwa ngu-20 24 03 ngo-2024.
Ndiyayibona kanjalo.
Yes, that's how I see it, my Lord.
What I'm trying to get to with you is that on the 20th of February 2024, this was just a missing persons inquiry and an effort to try and find a poor little girl that was reported missing. Not a criminal investigation.
Lilonke ke ngoFebruary 2024 mhla we-19 ibiwumphambana nje malunga nomntana olahlekileyo ngekwetyala uchaziwe malunga lolwaphulomthetho.
Thina my lord senza nje i-inquiry ngokulahleka komntwana, not a criminal case.
We only did an inquiry about the lost child, my Lord, but no criminal investigation.
As far as the two statements of the being case, which I know when I ask you one question, that's the last question I want to ask your Lordship. The commissioning of these two statements are 2 days apart. Yours was commissioned on the 20th of February this year, and your colleagues got commissioned on the 18th of February this year.
Uthi ke ngathi indlela nafundiswa ngayo statement zakho zinogombotha esikagombotha kuthiwa senziwa umhla we-18 kaFebruwari 2025 esakho kwafundiswa wena umhla we-20 kaFebruwari 2025 zinsuku ezimbini emva kwesini.
Do you have any comment about have you seen that? Can you see that?
Njengokubona nje nemikhonto ephefumula kuloo nto leyo.
Ndiyayibona mhlekazi, kodwa olwam ulwazi lolokuba esam statement ndasenza then ndazofumana umyalelo wento yobana ngaba ndizawufuneka enkundleni ndasitayipa ndasprinta then saxinizelela emapoliseni into yobana ngaba silungile ukuze enkundleni.
I see that, my Lord, but after I made my statement and print and typed it, when I was given the instructions to read it, that's when I typed, I printed, and then it was commissioned.
Can you tell this board who did somebody approach you and say, please, I want you to make a statement about your inquiry that night when the missing persons report came around?
Khawusichazele ngaba mhlawumbe ukhona umuntu ozileyo kuwe wathi kuwe sifuna wenze istatement malunga ke nophando nalwenza ngala xesha kulahle komntana.
Akekho my lord, into endiyaziyo yeyokuba kwathiwa funeke ndize enkundleni.
No one came to me, my Lord, but I well know I was told that I would be needed to come to court.
Telling this board, nobody approached you to say to you, Constable you need to make a statement about what happened that night a year ago. Nobody told you that.
Liloza ukuthi ke wena akho namnye ozileyo wathi obese yenza istatement malunga nezenzo ngazo wabo busuku.
Ukuza kwami enkundleni my lord,
When I came to court, my Lord,
ndaxelela into yobana ngaba ndizawufuneka enkundleni kodwa kuzawufuneka ubungqina bento endayenzayo ngobusuku.
I was told I will be needed at court, but evidence will be needed of what took place and what I did on that night.
Njenjalo ke ndaya kwikhompyutha yam ndayokuprinta istatement endandisenzile kuba ndiyabazi sizawufuneka enkundleni.
That's what I did. I went to my computer, printed the statement which I believed would be needed.
I'm afraid you've lost me. Did somebody tell you to print and make a statement?
Kukhona umuntu ethi kuwe senza usiprinta statement.
Nanjengoko silapha enkundleni ewe.
Nangoko
Silapha enkundleni.
as I am in court, my Lord, yes.
Somebody told you, Constable, you need to make a statement.
Khona umuntu athi kufuneka istatement statement.
Ndaxelela into yoba ndizawuba senkundleni namhlanje, so mandize nobungqina bento endayenzayo ngala mini.
I was told that we will meet in court today. You must bring some evidence of what you did on the day.
Constable, this is not a difficult question. Please forgive me. Let's keep it short. I'm asking a question. You need to give me an answer, yes or no. I'm asking you, before you made the statement that was commissioned on the 20th of February this year, did somebody or did somebody not ask you to do that? Make the statement and have it commissioned.
Ingaba kukhona umuntu wathi kuwe malunga nestatement esimva senze statement usise basifundiswe ufuna ndiphendule noma hayi kani ewe angomfundo
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Why is it so difficult to get that answer from you?
Thini athi kunzima ngakho masimane lo mpendulo.
Ndiyakholwa ukucacisa phambi koba ndenze.
I like to explain before I answer.
You answered now, you said yes, somebody asked you who said.
Xa usithi ukhona umuntu wathi ke ufanele wenze statement yesiuze naso bano.
Ndicela ukubuza uba ndingaphendula kumbuzo na okanye ndiphendule kuba mhlawumbe abanye abantu abafunanga into yoba bavele apha enkundleni amagama wabo.
My Lord, am I obliged to answer because some people would not like the names to be mentioned in court.
Mr. Basic, I know that you feel this the first time, but that you testify in court.
Uthi bendibile eqaleni sithi ewe ndinikeza ubungqina enkundleni khawuchaze lenkundla khona impendulo kuphela.
Ndandifumene kukapteni Lomrach.
Yes, my Lord, Captain Lombard.
Yes.
Lombard.
Lombard.
The pronunciation from the witness, my Lord, makes me to be what we said.
upon what's the answer?
Ubano so?
Captain Lombard.
Kembet Lombard.
Lombard.
Confirm that, my lord.
I want to finish off with Constable Kobese. In your statement, in your evidence yesterday, you said, and I dealt with this with Congrota, my instructions are, and I'm putting it to you as well, Mr. Polis was not at Talmaki Street, as you said, you found him, you and your colleague found him. He was said he was not there.
Uthi ke now uphela kwa police njengoba wena utheza olona ufuna Talmaki Street uyayiphika lo ukuthi kanti ufuna ifike kodwa Talmaki Street
Kubungqina yena ukubika izolo mhlekazi akunjalo.
My testimony today is not like being asked about.
And I put you
Not correct. It's not correct.
Then I put you further. My instructions are, and Mr. Polis will say that the first time you saw him that night was at 1 o'clock, after 1 o'clock in the morning of the 20th. This is now leading from the 19th after load shedding. And your evidence was that you went back to Mr. Polis and Ms. Smith's house, Hawkey, and the forms for the missing persons were filled in there on the bonnet. Is that correct? You remember that? Did I describe that correctly?
No, I'm sorry, my lord. Before that gets interpreted, it started off as a question and then developed into, do you agree with that? It has to be broken up. That's not fair to the witness to say, do you agree? Because what is he agreeing to?
Can you recall what time it is, or do you want to have a look at your report, Exhibit J?
Ingaba usakhumbula ngengomani ixesha okanye safuna ukujongisa permanence report yakho yaseJ?
Kwakuyimizuzwana nje phambi kwentsimbi yokuqala.
It was a few minutes before the hour 1 o'clock.
A few minutes before the hour of 1 o'clock.
Imizuzu imbalwa phambi kwentsimbi yokuqala.
After load shedding.
Emva kokuba load shedding.
Okay. Can I just get clarity? So at the time of the filling out of the forms,
Ngelithuba ke ligcwalisa ezi forms.
was that the same time that you were taking the statement from Ms. Smith?
Kuba ngelo xesha uthatha statement from Ms. Smith. Ngelixa ugcwalisa ezi forms. Ixesha elinye kwixesha uthatha statement from Smith.
My lord.
Yes, at the same time, my lord.
Because she commissioned, or she signed, let me rather get clarity, on Exhibit C, the 01 hours 10 that you have on the commissioning stamp. Is that the time that she signed at her house? Or is Mr. Blau, can I just complete the question, please? On Exhibit C, she signed the affidavit and commissioned by you there on the scene at the house. Now it states 1 hour 10, in other words 10 past 1 in the morning. Was that the time that you were there at her house when she signed?
In the touch I never the statement after the stamp so from the Siwe, it was 0110. Ingaba ngexesha apho yena kufike khona paying yakhe.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That is correct, my lord.
So we know that you've only put the stamp on later when you got to the police station, but you recorded that time. It's nothing wrong with it, because that was the time that she signed it.
Lilong ke statement bako. Uzoke na yote akipata utilika lemini akileta sana na wewe.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, so my lord.
So you were not at the police station at all at 1 o'clock in the morning?
Then you go to police station go
Basically, my lord.
We were not at the police station as yet. We were not at the police station as yet. And that's not really the instances of yesterday.
Mr. Adams, let me just clear this up. Do you still have Exhibit G there?
I have.
No, I'm talking about for the witness. Because these times might be important, Mr. Adamson.
Yeah.
Couldn't help to notice an entry on Exhibit G earlier on. We were not referred to it for purposes of the trial. But there's an entry serial number 2348. Can you have a look at it?
Entry on the entry number 2348. What? Yes, I see.
And what is the time of that occurrence?
Ngaba lento ixesha balaphana yenzeke ngamaxesha. Ngokuxesha balapha.
Noba ndenze impazamo apha ekubhaleni kwam ixesha eli lipha kwi-statement sam.
Maybe I made a mistake of the time recorded here and the time recorded on the statement.
You see, that's exactly why I wanted to clear it up and why I asked whether it was at the scene or at the police station. Because according to this official record, you were actually at the police station at 1 o'clock in the morning.
You don't look at the news 11, okay, in the class of 7, I was taking my statement, kuba ngokwalengxelo ke yakho isemthethweni ngo-1 use-police station.
ndiyayibona malolo.
I can see that, my lord.
Unless, of course, this is a false entry.
Ngaphandle kokuba mhlawumbi si-statement singenyani.
Because this thing says that you visited the cells with Constable Kongota.
Kuba ngokwale entry yakho le nto ibhalwe semthethweni kuthiwa wena visithela isele ingu-Constable Kobese Constable Kongota.
And there were no complaints. In other words, you were at the police station, and so you were at 2 o'clock as well, and so you were at 3 o'clock as well, on the hour, every hour. Somebody made these entries.
I can see that, my lord.
So were you at the police station at 1 o'clock? Or were you at the residence of accused 1 and 3 at 1 o'clock?
In this case, police station 1, okanye msendlini. Yomntu ebesendlini azofaka isikhalazo.
Bendisendleleni eya khona mhlekazi.
We are on the way there too.
So that's a false entry.
Lilonke ibhalapha ayonyana.
Bendicinga into yoba mhlawumbi kufanele uba kwenziwe i-late entry kuba sizenze isisele after sicommissione i-statement.
I thought maybe we should make a late entry since we already entered time after the statement was signed.
No, but you didn't make the entry, Mr. Kobese. Somebody else made the entry, but that person said you were at the police station at 1 o'clock. And both can't be true.
The police station.
And ndiyayibona my lord.
I see that, my lord.
You positive you were at the residence of accused 1 and 3. You are positive you were at the residence of accused 1 and 3 at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Uqinisekile wena usendlini ke kamangalo sithathu ngoba ekseni.
And ndiqinisekile my lord.
I'm sure, my lord.
So I'm going to ask you again. So that entry made by another person, that's a false entry.
Lilonke le ibhalwe apha njengokuqala wasesenatsikeni wamsesiseli wasosiseli ayonyana.
Ndivumela nawe mhlekazi.
I agree with the court, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, my lord. May I then, Constable Kobese, just have a look quickly. I've already made a statement. You don't want to make it again. My instruction from Mr. Pollock's accused 1 is run about 1 o'clock in that vicinity, maybe after 1 o'clock. He was there at his hockey where him and accused 3 lived. And you and your colleague Kongota were there, and the forms were filled in, and that was around 1 o'clock. Is that correct?
Imanga lokuqala uthi phambi kokuwani ngeqosinexolisa keza forms ezi yena nomanga lesithathu bekulawuli yakho ngaba kunganjalo.
Sasiye nabo phaa mhlekazi.
Yes, that's where we went with them too.
Okay. Can I just quickly refer you back again to Exhibit J? Please, page 2. The 4th page, the last page. On top of the page it says serial number 24/6 on the right of that time. I can't see what that says.
The witness just asked the court to remind him with what, which is Exhibit J, my lord.
It's the occurrence book entries with a number of pages. So you want to go to the 4th page?
The 4th page, my
We are
lord. Thank you.
Listening.
Yes.
You are there? Are you okay?
You are page 4, my lord.
Are you at page 4?
I am at page 4, my lord.
Look at the top sentence there. I referred you to 24/6, and then there's something next to it on the right-hand side. Mine's got a red line on it. I don't know what that is, but then there's a sentence from the previous page. Can you read that sentence for me from that first word there?
Serial number 2146. Ukwande kwa watawa huku apart na about kanilongere kosifude lokwa kulana na ipanga kwa kulana na tila kwa tila.
I can help you. It says, and this time was, and then it looks like a full stop, and then there's a word. What is that word?
Already at 1:20.
Now, that 1:20, is that 1:20 in the morning of the 20th of February?
01:26 o'clock. Yes, my lord.
And from my colleagues.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Your turn. Can we maybe just adjust it slightly lower for Ms. Nkabai? Be careful, Mr. Harmse. Rather let the experts do it before you break that one as well. Okay. I hope that's more comfortable than yesterday, Ms. Nkabai. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, my lord. Mr. Kodese, I've got a few questions for you. First question, please balance me here. Yesterday, when you gave evidence in chief, the scene you brought before this court is that when you were driving inside the area, you met a colored lady on the way.
My lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And as per your evidence yesterday, this lady introduced herself to you as one Kelly Smith.
My lord.
That's correct, my lord. Hostels
She further told you that she is the mother of Joslin, who's 6 years of age. That is... Oh, sorry.
My lord.
That's correct, my lord.
That is the picture you created into our minds. That's how you made us to believe that on the day in question, met this colored lady on the road.
Umfanekiso mumbi lo sike wona ezokuba nathi banene nikazi colored lady.
Ewe kunjalo my lord.
That's correct, my Lord President. Thank you, but the response was given that he be given down the parts of this rest will be.
Now this morning, and in this forum, you are taking me aback because now you are creating another sin.
Namhlanje ke nakusasana ngoku wena wokubuyisela umva usika omnye umfanekiso nowe. But if later this gets frustrated.
Through Exhibit J, you are telling this court that you made the same Kelly Smith for the same event at number 11. I'll give you the name of the street.
Matthew Goniwe.
Matthew Goniwe.
Namhlanje umfanekiso ngokuthanda lo Kelly Smith umnye ube entry yabo kanye nasike okhaliswa yakho nathi bana Kelly Smith lo banamele Matthew Goniwe.
This is
but
not
this case was here as that the same Kelly Smith that you want to but number 11 Matthew Goniwe.
Don't answer that. It's not a question. Listen to the question. Do you know where on the 19th of February 2024, do you know where you met Kelly Smith for the first time?
No, Kelly Smith in 19th of February 2024, what time minute and night?
Yes, my lord.
Yes, I know.
Please tell the court where did you meet her?
Nanjengoko sasifumene umyalelo wento obana ngabo kunomntana olahlekileyo emiddle post from
after we received information about the child missing in middle post.
Sorry, Mr. Kobese, I don't want the essay. I don't want the explanation. Tell me where did you meet Casey? I want the address.
And the photo was translated, okay, to say, it translated
sadibana kwistrato nje esikufutshane indawo yasedryhook.
We met up with her in the street close by in the area Dryhook.
And then you will agree with me then that you cannot meet one person at the different places.
Lilonke emhlela zami ngapha kuna namthan city ayikwazi ukudibana nomuntu omnye kwindawo ezimbili ezahlukileyo.
I know that,
I agree with you.
So you were misleading the court through Exhibit J when you said you met Kelly Smith at number 11. I always forget the name of the street.
Matthew Goniwe. Matthew
Goniwe Street.
Lilonke ke ngeke xa usithi wena enkundleni ngoba ndadibana noKelly Smith kwanamba 11 Matthew Goniwe Street uyilahlekisa le nkundla. So the off was late.
Yes, sir.
The off said that if a Kelly Smith and else.
I don't want to explain.
Missing Kabai. Just let him answer first and then you ask the next question.
My apologies, my sincere apologies.
I can see you getting excited.
No, not at all.
Yes, Mr. Kubese. Do you understand the proposition put to you by counsel?
Yes, I understand.
Can you then please answer the question?
My answer is that I don't agree with the proposition.
Ms. Nkabai, can you just pause for a moment? What was the report that you and Gongota got on the radio?
Safumana umyalezo eradiyweni ukuba kunomntana olahlekileyo umuntu wayefowuna wayese number 11 Matthew Goniwe Street.
The report we received, my Lord, it was about a missing child. The person making the call was at number 11 Metro Street.
So, was it the person who made the call that was at that address, not that you would find somebody at...
That's correct, sir.
And this Matthew Goniwe Street, which area of Saldanha is it in?
Indawo etsha kuzindlu ezintsha ze-RDP kwaphaya eMiddelburg kude kufuphi ne-Drywood.
It's a new street in a new area of the RDP houses, close by in Drywood.
Close by Drywood.
Kunjalo, my Lord.
That's correct, my Lord.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkapai.
I'm not going to put this
Next
question.
one is an area, yes, the neighborhood on Operation. Nabe Drywood.
Contrary to what you've just explained before court now, I would like to read word by word what you said in your Exhibit J.
Uthi ke ukwehluka kwemichazelo unela nje gama ngalinye oyichazileyo wena phakulo Exhibit J wakho lilonke ke la entry yenza phakulo nesabwe okerezwe.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
Can I read?
Yes, certainly.
I was posted with Constable Constable. We received a complaint from CFC.
Sorry, my lord. Sorry, my lord. It's not being put exactly. It says when we received. The when was left out.
When we received a complaint from CSC.
Indeed, and there was one other thing that I picked up. It was Gongota, the interpreter corrected it. Mr. Mkabai put an incorrect name.
So I'm going to read it the way I have it, and then Mr. Mkabai can confirm. Right? The way I have it, it starts out. I'm going to also start where council started. I was posted with Constable Gongota when we received a complaint from CSC, so I take it that's from the charge office, that there is a missing child at 11 Matthew Goniwe Street.
Sifumana ke isikhala kumyalelo from CFC apho sichazele khona malunga nomntana olaleke kwanamba 11 Goniwe Street.
Before you ask the question, I want to read the first sentence of the next paragraph as well, and then council can take it further. On our arrival, we found Miss Rockwell Smith. Right, thank you, Ms. Nkabai, because that's the context of your question as I understood it.
Thank you, my lord. As I understand what you said in Exhibit J, the complaint was not coming from number 11, Matthew Goniwe. You received the complaint from CFC telling you that there's a missing child at number 11, Matthew Goniwe Street.
Ingabana kubafront city wena nafumana ninaumiyaleza okanye isikhalazo malunga nomntana sikhalozo esisuka kwanamba 11 Matthew Goniwe Street.
Undiva kakuhle my lord, kodwa sakuside siyofika kula address sasiyinikiwe sadibana no-complainant endleleni.
You hear me correctly, my lord, but we did not reach the given address as yet. Before reaching this address, we met up with the complainant.
Your last explanation, the one you are saying now, is not written in Exhibit J. In Exhibit J, your follow-up after number 11, Metro Bonway Street, is on our arrival, we found Miss Raquel Smith.
What is our address? Usofumana Raquel Smith uthi-ke wena ekufikeni kwethu sifumene sidibene Miss Raquel Smith.
Ekufikeni kwethu kwindawo ekuthiwa yi-Dryhook.
When we arrived at the place named Dryhook,
not kanye kwi-address ebesinikwa yona.
Not exactly at the address given to us.
Mr. Constable, this is a serious offense. Suspects have been in custody as early as the 7th of March 2024. You are not going to do a copy and paste with me. In your Exhibit J, you never mentioned that on your arrival at
Dryhook.
Show me Dryhook in your Exhibit J. When you are saying on our arrival at Dryhook, show me that sentence.
Nangona ngakhange ndiyibhale indawo ete-Dryhook, kodwa igama lendawo apho ahlala khona uKelly likhona, nantsi ihonki yakhe ezantsi apho utata wasisakhona.
My lord, even though the name Dryhook was not entered, it is a place where Kelly is residing. Further down you can see where it is written, madam.
I want to remind you. You told the court that you got 10 years experience as a member of the SABC. You were supposed to be knowing what I'm going to tell you. Our courts are courts of record, not courts of assumptions. I was supposed to have written that.
Ndivumelana nawe, kodwa yonke lento uyibuzayo okanye uyithethayo yonke ibhalwe phantsi apha, nangona ngakalanga akhona amagama abhale Dryhook, kodwa indlu kaKelly ikhona pha ebhaleni.
I understand and I agree with you, but everything should be record. But even though name of Dryhook was not mentioned, but in the statement, in this entry, the house of Kelly is mentioned.
I will leave that question. You will hear me in my arguments.
So we are going to this one. We look at the classes of
when you mentioned number 11, Matthew Bonway Street, I immediately go and perused SAPS 55 to see whether this address appears there. I'll come to that question later. Can the state help me and provide the witness with the SAPS 55.
It's Exhibit A.
Exhibit A.
Now let us go to take sub 65. Type and the bubble exhibit.
Exhibit A.
Did you, any stage, after the completion of this form, have an opportunity to go through it?
Ingaba emva kokuba eli xesha libhalisiwe ulifumene na ithuba loba ukujongisisa ujongisisa xwebhu.
My Lord.
Before you interpret, there's an objection, and I know what it is.
Yes. Thank you, my Lord. This witness did not compile that document.
Yeah.
Eli xwebhu kuyagqaliswa ngale ngxelo.
And she is right, Ms. Nkabai.
That was not
The evidence is that even whilst Gongota was busy with the SAPS 55 Exhibit A, he was attending to the statement of Ms. Smith. But I know where you're going, so go straight there, because nowhere in Exhibit A is there a street name, nor is there a number.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, my question was not as to the completion or the filling of the form. My question is clear. He is senior to Constable Gongol. My question is, after the completion of this form, by whoever, did he have an opportunity to go through it as a senior? That was my question.
Okay, so
Umbuzo
Let's
kwakho
hear.
umuntu noko onamava oyisena kuGongota ngithethe uba yena lagcwaliswa kweli xwebhu. Njengomntu manoko angaphiyisina kuGongota emva kokuba kugcwaliswe ixwebhu, ingaba wazinika ithuba ukujongisisa ixwebhu kumele kulo uma mhlawumbi afuna ntoni ngolo hlobo?
Hayi, andizange kuba ndimthembile uGongota njengokholegi.
I did not go through this form at all because I trust Gongota as a colleague.
My
Yes.
Lord,
Yeah.
it's lunch hour.
I just wanted to check with you. How long do you still need for cross-examination?
A lot of time.
No, I don't want to adjourn when you haven't completed a topic that you're busy with, so we can adjourn at a convenient place in your cross-examination.
Your Worship, I think this is the most convenient.
Is it now convenient?
Thank you.
So we'll take the adjournment till 2 o'clock. Or do you want to start earlier?
What is the House saying?
It's now 4 minutes past 1. How about 1:45? Will that assist? And that will be sufficient time for people that's going to eat something, to have something to eat. Let's start at 1:45 instead of 2 o'clock. So 1:45, I will be back. Court adjourned.
All right.
It is fair.
In the context of what we know about the process, and that was testified to by Mr. Gongota yesterday, and it was undisputed. And it was thus that they prepare that prep work of the SABC 55, then handed in at the charge office, the CSC. The registration takes place separately by other individuals, and it is only after that that an investigating officer is appointed. In the case, obviously, of a night shift, the investigating officer will only be appointed the next morning. So, hence my question to you is it a fair question in the context of the undisputed evidence of the process?
My Lord, in the context and all, out of context, this form was completed 12 months ago. He is residing in Saldanha. Even if this answer is not for the form per se, this is the knowledge you are supposed to be aware of the investigating officer of this matter. Let's put the form aside. Let's say there was no form. He is a police officer. This matter took place in Saldanha. He resides in Saldanha. This information, Your Worship, he was supposed to do.
I'm going to allow the question and for the witness to answer whether it's his responsibility or not to ascertain and to follow up on the investigating officer. Subject to the answer, I'll make further rulings, but I see your colleague has risen on that side. Yes, Ms. Zeraman.
Thank you, my Lord. If I understand the question that's been put to this witness, it's almost to suggest that every officer, irrespective of rank, what their roles were, they're supposed to know and follow up and put in the investigating officer's name. It's simply not how it works.
But that's why I've made the ruling. Let's hear what the witness says, and subject to his answer, I will take it further.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So, you were the senior on duty on the evenings, just to place you in the picture, between yourself and Constable Gongota.
At that stage, I was senior.
Now, the question posed to you by counsel is, up till today, the space provided for the name of the investigating officer is still blank. Did you fail in your duty, in your responsibilities, or not? Firstly, I'm sure it's going to be followed by a statement. Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, I would request my learned colleague to furnish Mr. Gomez with Exhibit A. You have just confirmed to me that by virtue of your position you were responsible for the correctness of this form.
On the night in question. On the night in question. On the night in question, when it was completed.
That was my first question, my lord. That is not the question, Mr. Brown. It's a statement. I'm putting that to him. He has just confirmed. I put that question to him. Then he agreed to me and said, it was the correctness of this form was my responsibility. That's what he said. I'm not putting a question. Following is the question. You didn't know the name of the investigating officer? Now, what is the code? Telephone code in Saldanha?
Which part of the form are you referring to in Exhibit A?
It's case information, my lord. The first paragraph, just below the investigation unit.
Yeah. Are you talking about the telephone code?
Yes, telephone
above
code.
The date reported?
Yes, my lord.
The question is disallowed in light of my previous ruling, because there's no way you can fill in a telephone number and a code for an investigating officer that still need to be appointed. Furthermore, in the event that the telephone number would have been a cell number, there wouldn't be a code. Therefore, the question is disallowed.
I'll leave that question.
Thank you.
Mr. Kobesa, let's go to paragraph 2, reporter information. You testify that while Constable Kongolo was filling the form, you were busy taking information from KBC.
That is correct, my lord.
But I noticed that the space provided for the reporter address is left blank.
I see that, my lord. It is, as I said to the court, water is a colleague of mine and someone I trusted. We had heard about the soldier unnamed Muslim of the state as the unfulfilled. We had to say, I can't see, my under pastor is unforeseen. Water person that they can throw away.
But you just agreed.
I'm sorry, my lord. This seems somewhat unfair cross-examination. These questions should have been reserved for Gongota. To now take this witness to task on an aspect that Gongota has omitted is not fair to this witness.
Yes, thank you. A reply, Ms. Nkabai.
My first question.
A reply to the objection so that I can rule on it.
I'm replying to that one.
Yeah.
My first question to the witness was, can he agree with me that by virtue of his seniority, he was responsible for the correctness of this form? Form SAPS 5. His answer, double 5. His answer was, yes, I was responsible. Hence my question, my lord.
What is the relevance of that issue as to the issues in dispute? Not that I'm saying at this stage that I'm with you on the first response, but even if your response is valid, would the information solicited be admissible and relevant to the issues in dispute in this case?
My lord, when I perused this form, I realized that there are discrepancies. There is information that was supposed to be filled in and is not filled.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord.
Question is denied for the following reason. Partially, I've given reasons when I dealt with the evidence of Mr. Gongota that remains unchallenged. Secondly, it is not fair. Thirdly, it's in any event irrelevant whether the form was completed. For that purpose, unless a new basis can be laid, the question is denied.
Irrespective, my lord, of what the witness has said?
I've made a ruling.
As the court pleases, my lord, I'll move to the other questions.
Thank you.
Your colleague, Constable Gombota, when he was asked whether dry hook is an informal settlement or not, he said it is close to informal settlement. My question to you now is dry hook an informal settlement or what?
Umbuzo kuGombota uye wabuza ngoba ingaba idrive kule indawo yokudonga emsini na wathi yena ifitshane kodonga ngoku umbuzo kuye ngoba ingaba drive kule indawo yokudonga. Yes, it is informal settlement.
Can you tell this court? In your evidence, you said when you were questioning Kelly Smith, there were people that were around you. If I'm correct, they were screaming at Kelly.
Bakhona abantu bekufitshane bemkhwaza uKelly.
Ngethuba ndithatha iinkcukacha zakhe kunye nestatement bebekhona abantu.
When I was taking a particular statement, there were people in the surroundings.
Were they
screaming? I was wondering if I understand Mr. Clara, Father, and said,
were they screaming?
Yes, they were shouting.
Why were they shouting?
ingxoxompikiswano phakathi kwabahlali yayingumntana olahlekileyo ukuba uphi kwaye utheni engazufumaneka kude kwelo xesha. Imibuzo babeyijolise kunina womntana.
The concern or the issues referred to the mother of the child was that how come the child is not being can't be found at that stage? Why couldn't the child be found at that stage? The Fra and the Maafani for Master can't find the was that who was the motive of the cradle of that study from the cradle?
I have no further questions for this question.
Thank you. Ms. Sivnarayan.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
Sir, do you still maintain that your statement, Exhibit K, was made in February 2024?
Well, something you're going to make as well. In the Exhibit K, the statement says this was sent on February 2024. That's correct, my lord. A grain of sand, and the containers that we verklaren was gemaakt in February jaar 2024.
And we've already established that your statement and that of your colleague Gongota is almost identical.
En dat was klaar dat wij starten. I verklaren en de collega Gongota is min of meer dezelfde. Ingaba ke kunjalo bese sichaza isiqiniselo ngoba ingathi ingxelo lesibhekisa ukuthi sibufana.
Ewe ndiyabona ukuthi asibufana mhlawumbe.
Yes, I can see that they are possibly identical. I can see that in one of the
And do you have any comment on that?
Ingaba ukhona ukuphendula kulolu le, ukuthetha.
Xa ndiphangele kunye nogxa wam uConstable Gongota ndicinga into yoba umntu onesikhalazo ebemnye koko ke xa simamela sibabini ingxelo esiyivayo siva into enye ngoba umama olahlekelwe ngumntana akacaciselanga umntu ngamnye uthethe ingxelo enye kubantu
As a person who was working with Gongota, attending to the same complaint at the same time, my lord, the complainant of the mother of the child giving us information, that information between us will be heard at the same time in the presence of both of us. As I can go water to sell the papers now, omsin and anders was understood in what the work of the ons, as there are more American and seldom on yourself was quick.
So are you telling
Just
me
one moment. Are you serious?
Serious.
ewe ingxelo sayivayo inye mhlekazi.
Yes, a lot of you hear a complaint or information.
Mr. Sivnarayan and Mr. Kubesi, I don't want to waste more time. Because, Mr. Kubesi, even if 2 people or 10 people that went to the same school, from primary school, right through, and slept in the same bed, attend the same event, is highly unlikely, if not impossible, to have these similarities. It's also the first time in all my years that I found that a witness would type their own statements. I would have thought what would happen is the investigating officer consult, get all the information, say, listen, there's a draft. That might explain something like that. But please, it's not going to fly. Doesn't mean it detracts from the credibility of the evidence. But we don't need to waste time with sideshows. Good. You've made your point. You've started this debate yesterday.
Thank you,
but I don't want to listen to all sorts of sideshows. Thank you, Mr. Sivner. And if you want to take issues out of these statements to advance your client's case, you can feel free to do that. But trying to find an explanation for the carbon copies that appeared out of thin air, that's wasting my time. And I'm not blaming you for it.
Thank you, my lord. I'll move on, my lord. Now, you told the court yesterday that when you were trying to obtain my client's statement, accused number 3, that she became hesitant.
Mhlekazi, into endinoyicacisa.
But I can explain now.
I-statement endisithathileyo nengxelo esiyivileyo ibingamaxesha namaxesha, andazi noba unondicacisela uba kweyiphi na istage sophando apho afumaneke ngathi uyathandabuza.
Can you perhaps refer me to where I would have said during taking the statement that she might have hesitated?
You told the court that at some point accused number 3, when giving you information, you became hesitant, and thereafter the reason you gave was that there were people who were shouting.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, that's correct.
So, if I understand you correctly, she became hesitant not because she did not want to give you information, it was because of the people who were shouting.
Yaba ngunobangela into yoba angasiniki kakuhle iinkcukacha esizifunayo ngoba wayebizwa ngapha nangapha.
That was the reason for us not to give them giving us proper information, because they were calling here and there.
As I understood it, Mr. Sivner, and I'm going to my notes. He said that she appeared calm initially, and at some point appeared hesitant, though cooperative. That's my note.
Thank you, my lord.
And that was the point when the bystanders, the term bystanders was used, they were also trying to pose questions to her. That was the context.
Thank you, my lord. You also testified that these people were shouting What were they saying? Did you hear?
Uthi abantu bekhona bayibhekise kuye beshawuda ingaba bathi kuye babeka bathi
imibuzo eyayijoliswe kuye yeyokuba uphi na umntana kutheni le nto azoda ukubelela ixesha engakhange amripoti emapoliseni.
The question is posed to her as to where is the child? Why would it be until this time that this was never reported, the child was never reported to the police? Die vraag was gevraagd, waar zal die kind wees? Hoe komt zo dat tot daar tijd wees, zodat die kind wordt aangemeld was aan de politie? Nee,
kwakuye abantu bebuzile enye into babeyikhalazele loba bezawuvuswa ebusuku bebuzwa abantwana eyona nto yayingxabangxaba.
What also was quite, people were quite happy about it was then when wake up at night, question asked about the child. But the answer the conspirator tell us that omdat er zo wat te maken en weer in de nacht voor afgegaan voor de kind.
So the bystanders were angry.
Die lopen hier aan als het zijn dat het gaat komen.
Unjalo, my lord.
Yes, that's correct, my lord. Die bystanders was omgekrakt.
And is there any reason when you had drafted your statement you didn't include this information?
Ingaba sikhona la isizathu sokuba ngeke xa uthatha indlela yakho madam uyifanele
nanjengoko bese ndicacisile into yobana ngaba umama womntwana isizathu soba angasinikezi kakuhle iinkcukacha kungenxa yento yobana ngaba kwayephantsi koxinizelelo labahlali.
That is why I said, my Lord, the reason for the mother of the lost child not to give us proper information was because of the pressure from the community. That is the rede waarom ek ook gesê het die moeder van die kind kon nie vir ons volledige informasie gee nie. Dit was vir hulle van die druk vanaf die gemeenskap.
My Lord, may I approach you, Justice?
Certainly.
Thank you, my Lord. I've consulted. Just a few instructions.
Yes, certainly.
Sir, my instructions from accused number 3 is that she never told you that when she got home that there was no one there on the afternoon when she got back from work.
Uthi ke yena mangalela wesithathu mama uthi zange atsho yena kuyena emini malunga namaxesha enikezelile ngoba wafika yena endlini.
Ekudibaneni kwethu naye xa siqala ukumbona
When we met up with her, when we first saw her,
wacacisa into yobana ngaba endlini ufike kungekho mntu ingako ethe waqonda into yoba makaye kubantu abazomnceda so that afowunele amapolisa.
to say the least, when she arrived at home and there was no one, that's when she decided that she was going to people to assist her to call the police. To say the least, Ankom was niemand geweest. Dit was de reden waarom ze te bespreken om hulp te vragen bij mensen in de politie te schaven.
Siphindile ke saya endlini yakhe ngokwenene sikehamba namapolisa akasifumananga.
We went to the house with her and we didn't find anyone in the house. Onze stoel werd daar naar de huis, maar niemand deze was niet.
She will tell the court that when she arrived at home, she met accused 1 and 2.
Uthi yena uzayichazela ukuthi ngelixa mna ndifike ngithuma umntana ndifike uma ngalokuqala msibili ekhona.
Akunjalo akunjalo.
That is not correct, the Lord. Sê sou certo, chega isso, algumas pessoas estão no meio, e ele entrega em outra, e você se desmerece.
She will also deny that when she met accused number 1 that evening, she asked him about gas or gas bottle.
Kwaye ke uzayiphikisa intoba ngokutsho kwakho intoba hayi ubabusuku wakho edibeni kwakhe namanje lokuqala wambuza ngegesi okanye irhasi.
Ekuhambeni kwethuba sihamba naye ezinzulwini zobusuku.
After we were in a company midnight, my Lord,
Kulapho ke iinkcukacha zakhe zaye zatshintsha zathi ebeke waya ekhayeni emini wadibana ke kunye nesinqandamathe sakhe.
that's only then the information changed and said to her she went home during the day where she met up with her boyfriend. So during the night, the nacht, dit is waar toe sy informatie moest geven dat sy vroeger die dag wel haar kerel gezien het.
She will tell the court that upon seeing accused number 1, the first thing she inquired about was Joslin.
Uthi ke yena uzakuthengisa zokumuntu ba into oqala mina ayithoyo na ekuboneni kwami ngokuqala ndabuza Joslin. Sisal the officer. Die eerste vraag aan is dat nummer 1 was, sê van groep. Sê hoe hierdie waar Joslin was.
Akunjalo akunjalo.
That's not correct, no. That's not correct.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Siedemann, for the examination.
Constable Gobese, a lot has been made about the street names that were mentioned in the OB and what appeared in your statement.
Kuninzi lokwenziwe emhlekazi kwamabanga namagama ezitalato. Umzekelo amazitalato ezidala khona kwini, sikabini, sikanele semini ubhilele, negama ezitalato ezidala sama.
Firstly, are you familiar with the area of Draaihoek, Peter Makaba, Matthew Guerrero? Those were the street names that we heard. Are you familiar with all those streets?
Ezitalato ngizikhankanya ke ngikuboniwe ezinye ngaba unolwazi ngiyazazi na.
Kunjalo my lord ngiyazazi.
Yes, I'm familiar with the streets.
My
As
apologies.
ek ken met die verskillende strate wat van Geldingsmakers getees jaar bekend daar.
I apologize. Draaihoek is the area, is that correct?
Die draai in Klein.
Kunjalo ngivimekuku.
Draaihoek is the area of the Shakespeare.
Now,
Draaihoek sal die area wees van die opstaande.
I'm not one with drawings. I think I failed art class. And we're going to hear from the investigating officer later who will testify about a map and where these streets are. But to the best of your understanding, can you explain to the Honourable Court where these streets are in comparison to where you first saw Ms. Smith?
Uthi ke lokubenzala lelo zoba ke ngangiphumelele kodwa ngiyamkhuphe wathula. Ufuna nje sichazele kwamhlanje ngokwazi ukukhumbula kwakho.
Where he saw Ms. Smith first and the streets that were mentioned, if you can explain.
Ingaba nimbone ndawo yokusi Smith malunga nezitalato besizithathiwe oqala kakhulu.
Xa ungena emiddle boss
When you enter Middle Post, my Lord, this was Middle Post, Manufang.
istrati ongena kuso yi-Rayland Street.
The street entry would be Rayland Street. The straat zo waar ons gebreken aan te gaan zijn de Rayland Straat is. Rayland.
How do you spell that?
Can you spell
I want
that
to
for
make a
us?
proper note.
Oh, sorry. I'm corrected by the investigating officer. It's Middle Post Rayland, so that's the
Middle Post Rayland.
It's not the road.
Ms. Hiran, Siraman, I'm just thinking, is this not new evidence? A, that would be inadmissible in re-examination, absent a proper application. It's not the end of the question. Because I'm aware that we were told in chambers this morning, when I engaged with counsel, that the next witness will be the station commander. Why don't you just let him bring a map along?
No problem with that.
Then you don't sit with a problem with new evidence.
No problem.
And an application to present new evidence in re-examination. And then we cover all those bases.
I will abide by the court.
No, I'm not making a ruling, I'm making a suggestion.
I accept the court's suggestion. I'll take it, my lord. Thank you, I have none further.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Kubese, you may be excused. So it's clear if we're going to start with the station commissioner now, we won't finish the evidence in chief. So the new aspect that I've raised now, that you can in continuation tomorrow morning, but at least we can use the next half an hour. And he can start his evidence. You're looking at your watch, Mr. Aramsa. It's only 2:30.
Sorry, my lord, no, I'm not quite sure what you said there in that time.
No, it's only 2:30. We agreed this morning when I saw you in chambers that we're going to try and adjourn 3 o'clock during the week for the reason that I've realized yesterday that if we go much beyond that, it becomes difficult with the transport of the 2 individuals that is held in Malmesbury. We're already starting an hour earlier in the morning, but to facilitate that, we saw the condition of the fog yesterday. We saw it this morning. It's quite a long drive, and we also don't want to place the safety of the officials and the 2 accused in peril by staying on too late, and they have to come back home after they dropped off the 2 accused in Malmesbury. But we would have made up more than what the normal court hours would be if we plan it that way.
I would just like to know what the new witness is going to be. I have not been informed. I think this is
When we were in chambers this morning,
the new witness that they are going to call this morning.
No, when we were in chambers this morning, all 3 of you and the 2 prosecutors, part of the discussion was I asked who's going to be the next witness.
I understand that's the station commission.
That's the station commission.
Thank you.
As it pleases the court, my lord, prosecutors are going to play musical chairs.
Certainly.
I'm going to move over. My colleague will lead this way.
Yes, you may call the next witness. So what we'll do is we'll go up to a point on the evidence in chief, and we'll most probably conclude the evidence in chief in the morning. The prosecutors can decide how they structure leading the evidence, so that if there are aspects that you need to go and prepare on overnight, I'm looking at the defense table, then you know exactly where we go tomorrow. And Ms. Swanepoel, just ensure that when we leave this afternoon, that you keep your colleagues abreast as to, for the next 3 days, what your scheduling will be. Good. Thank you. Ms. Naidu Chetty, you may swear in the witness.
My lord, the witness that has taken the stand at this stage is Lieutenant Colonel Lincoln Sibola. It is witness number 14 on the list of state witnesses, and that is the correct spelling of his name and surname. That is Sebola for record purposes. My lord, and I also have taken up the opportunity to request and find out from Colonel Sibola with regards to his identity and photographs or filming of him. He requests that his photo should not be published, he should not be filmed, and that is due to security reasons. He is the station commander in this town. He has a family, security reasons for his and his family's safety.
Is the identity, and I'll check with the witness if needs be, is his identity not in any event known to the community and to the public? Has he not been giving interviews or seen openly by the community, maybe given television interviews, or because this has been a high profile issue? Let me check with him. Do you have any particular views, Mr. Haramse, before we go there?
No, I don't have any views regarding that. What I would like to know is what is the affidavit number that they're referring to?
93.
93, she says.
Is that witness number 93 or affidavit number?
No, it's witness number 14, so it will be affidavit 93.
Thank you.
Ms. Makabayi, do you have any input as to the identity of the witness being shown on camera? Anything from your side?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Siv Narayan? Thank you. You can administer the oath or affirmation.
Your full names to the court.
My name is Lincoln, and my surname is Sibul.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
I don't have any objection.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do so help me God.
I do so help me God.
Mr. Sibola, you may have a seat, thank you. Before I'm going to get into the prosecutor leading the evidence, there's the issue about your identity or your photographic image or video image be shown to the public, and it's the broader society, not only the society of Saldanha. You've indicated that you have objections. I just want to ascertain from you what the reasons are in order for me to make a ruling. Let me explain the background to you. It's the exception rather than the rule, where the identity of a witness is protected in court proceedings. Similarly, it's the exception for which the statute makes provision, where the evidence of a witness can be heard in camera. In a case like this, there's a great, as you would know, public interest in the matter, far wider than the community of Saldanha. And I just want to ensure that I do the right thing. Because yes, you have the right to privacy, but you're a public official. That's the two sides of the coin. You are the head of the police service within the community, and I'm sure the whole of the Saldanha community know exactly who you are. Whether it's known wider than this community, that I'm not sure of, but you've also raised these safety concerns around yourself and your family, and I would like to know what those are so that I can assist. I don't want the situation that we just brush over it, because it's an issue that must be seriously considered. And the media has the right to publish, and the public has the right to know. Thank you. For now, they're not going to show your image until I've made a ruling.
Okay. Okay, my Lord, the issues that I'm putting before the court in terms of the objection of my pictures, in this organization of SABC, we don't only end up performing duties of station commander only. And there is growth in this organization. In turn, one might go to, especially myself, there's applications that one makes to special units, your crime intelligence. But once your picture will be lying all over the country, then your cover is going to be blown in terms of that, my Lord.
So at the moment, is that a possibility of a different type of deployment where your identity would be compromised or your mission might be compromised, if I could put it that way?
That's correct.
It's now, we have about 26 minutes left of the day's hearings. So for today, I'm going to leave it at that. I want you to consider it seriously. It's also because I don't have all the information. I want you to, in consultation with the prosecutors, consider it seriously. If it's a real issue of that possibility of another deployment that might be affected, but if it's merely a hope, the game might change. I'm allowing it for now that the images not be shown, but I want to revisit it in the morning if necessary. Good. Thank you. Are you going to make use of the interpreter, Colonel, or do you want to testify in English? The choice is yours.
I will testify in English, my Lord.
You want to testify in English?
Yes, my Lord.
So, you must just bear in mind that the accused are Afrikaans speaking, so you must give Mr. Blau the opportunity to translate from English to Afrikaans as well. But you can sense it. Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
My Lord, I've just asked the gentleman in charge of the sound here if it's possible to lift that stand a little bit. I think the witness is much taller than the previous one was, and now he's leaning forwards, and I think it's going to become uncomfortable if he has to lean forward the whole time to answer.
I know the Colonel is much taller. When we came to view the facility, there was a police conference here and in the facility, and he was also here at some stage. Good.
Thank you.
Yes.
Colonel, we know that you are a Lieutenant Colonel in the South African Police Services, and we also know that currently you are stationed as the Station Commander of Saldanha. Is that correct?
That's correct, my Lord.
Dis gemene saak dat die staatscommissaris van Saldanha is en dat een lieutenant-kolonel is.
Can you tell the court how many years of experience do you have in the South African Police Services?
That's 37 years, my Lord.
Kan u verhoog so hoeveel jare ondervinding het u in die polisie? Dus dat hy sê 37 jaar.
And of those 37 years, are all of those in visible policing and policing at station level, or does it also include detective level? What is it?
25 years of my service, my Lord, is comprised of detective service, especially on serious and violent crime, your child protection unit, normal detective, as well as economic crimes investigations.
En verband met die artikel of zo en van de verschillende posities in de politie. Die getuigen zijn dat ze tegenwoordig jaren in verband met onderzoek waar ook betrokken is in gevaarlijke misdaad.
So how long have you been back in uniform? Get done, Mr. Blau. I thought you were done. So for how long have you been back in uniform now? After all the years being a detective?
As the station commander, my lord, I'm 11 years as station commander.
11.
11 jaar als staatscommissaris.
Is that year in Saldanha?
No, my lord, not only in Saldanha. I started in Saldanha in 2019.
Niet alle jaren in Saldanha. Ik begon werken in Saldanha in 2019.
So before that?
Before that, I was stationed as station commander of Elandsburg.
Voor dat was ik staatscommissaris van Elandsburg.
Bij?
Elandsburg.
As the station commander of Saldanha, when did you become aware of this missing child, Joslin?
Als de commissaris van Saldanha, wanneer ik bewust geraakt van die vermis van mijn kind Joslin?
I was informed of the missing child on the 20th of February at 7:30 at the station.
Ik was ingelicht van de vermis van mijn kind op 20 februari half 8 in de statie.
In the morning?
In the morning, my lord.
Dus in de ochtend.
And were you informed when this missing child was reported as being missing?
Was ik toen ingelicht wanneer was hierdie bericht of was hierdie klag van vermiste kind gerapporteerd?
I were informed, my lord, that the child was missing on the 19th, and the report was made to the police station past 9 in the evening, my lord.
Ik was ingelicht dat die kind zo vermist was op de 19e en dit zo aangemeld was bij de statie, zo na 9.
The evening. Is that the evening?
The evening, my lord.
9 uur avond.
Now, as a result of you being informed about this, what did you do?
Terwille van wat aan u opgedragen was, wat heb ik toen gedaan?
As a result of the information that was conveyed to me, we then had a briefing, and after the briefing we then established a VOC which was going to be the center where the information that it has in is going to be reported.
Ons het een gesprek gehad waar alle informatie wat bij ons rondom hierdie bericht, maar dit is ongewoon of gewerkt.
What is that acronym you used?
The VOC, my lord, is a very operational center which we established at the station itself.
Is er zeer gedeelte wat bij staties zo gericht wordt, gesteld wordt in verband met informatie.
And you call it a VOC?
We call it a VOC, my lord.
Het stelsel genoemd de VOC.
And that's at the CSC?
That's at the CSC, but at the office adjacent to the CSC for the the information can filter through at the CSC.
Dit sou die aanklagkantoor wees, maar een kantoor ook kan die aanklagkantoor van die informatie moet nie deel wees van as op plaas van een aanklagkantoor.
Yes, you may continue.
Okay, the purpose of us having the work is for the information to filter through to our district operational command center, which is situated in Mauritius.
De reden daarvan is dat alle informatie zo wordt verspreid en Mauritius en onze bericht kantoor wat gesmeerd is in Mauritius.
After establishing the work, then we had to establish the search team.
Nadat die work gestart was, moest ons toe een opzoekspan starten.
The search team comprised of local SABC members. When I'm saying local, I'm referring to members of Saldana SABC.
Hierdie span sal verdeel word teen plaaslike polisie Saldana, polisie van Saldana wees.
We utilize also the structures in the community, which is the CPF and the neighborhood watch.
Sekere strukture in die gemeenskap sal gebruik word, byvoorbeeld CPF en neighborhood watch.
Inclusion was the FCS, which is the unit that investigates child cases as the child is missing.
En die FCS dat gebruik word in verband met kinderondersoek aangesien kind vermis was.
And fortunately enough, we had the community as well, plus minus 200 members of the community were formed part of the site.
Gelukkig was daar ook as ek deelname van die gemeenskap, plus minus 200 mense van die gemeenskap was deel van die opzoekspan.
I didn't immediately join the search party as there was other engagements for me for that morning.
Ek het nie onmiddellik hierdie opzoekspan weer aangesluit, aangesien ek ander verpligtinge gehad het vir die oggend.
The visible head at the station then took charge in terms of going to conduct the searches that part of the morning.
Sorry, did I hear you correctly? Did you say the visible head?
That's correct, my lord.
At the station
At the station.
And who is the visible head at the station at the time?
The visible head that took charge that morning was Captain Oliver.
Thank you.
Die visible hoof daardie oggend was Captain Oliver, wat ons voortoon mee.
He was in charge of the search party, search team.
Search team for that part of the morning.
Hy het beheer geneem oor die opsoekspan. Hierdie is hy gedeelte van oggend.
Okay, the search team then departed and went to middle post and surroundings of Dyersville and the outskirts in terms of searching, starting from where the child was indicated as missing.
Hierdie ondersoekspan sal begin met Middepos, die omgewing na en waar hierdie kind laas sou gesien is.
And later on during the course of that day, at 1400 hours,
later hierdie dag sou die 2
I then joined the search team.
Ek het hierdie soekspan
I had to take the SAPS biological dog handler together with his dog to the premises where the child was last seen.
Na die woning waar die kind die laaste keer gesien gewaar is.
We drove in a convoy. It was myself in front, the SAPS biological dog handler and his dog, together with a member of LCRC. We then drove to the address of the child.
Ons is toe in 'n convoy en ander woorde voertuig as ons na die plek waar ek van die artikel gesien was, met die insluiting van die onderneming.
On arrival at the scene, for me it was said the area is Moses Kotane.
Ons het afgekom by die area, en die area verneem van die voorkom as Moses Kotane.
Can you just, we have heard several different names for places. Can you please spell that for us? Moses Kotane?
It's Moses like M-O-S.
You mean you don't know how to spell Moses Kotane?
No, I do.
Every South African should know how to spell it. But let's the witness spell it for the record. Yes, Colonel.
It's Moses like Moses, and then it's K-O-T-A-N-E.
Thank you.
When we arrived at the house from which the child was reported missing, there were already members of FCS, there were 3 FCS members.
3 FCS leden.
Amongst the 3, there was the investigating officer of the missing child file, Sergeant Milstein.
This is the last policy for American information from Mr.
Sergeant Milstein.
There were also 2 members from the K9 unit. And there was a member of LCRC beside the one that was driving in the convoy.
And the LCRC here,
the forensic, the SABC biological dog had to do some investigation itself. Being assisted by the FCS and K9 as well. That investigation took quite some time, and it did draw the attention of the community from where they were searching, and they all came to the side of the house as well.
En dit het ook die mense van die gemeenskap gelok waarom dis was by die ondersoek.
May I please interrupt you there, Colonel? Having been on the scene, knowing what it looks like, just paint a picture to us. What does it look like there, where the house is that you went to?
Kan jy vir ons 'n oprechte skets waar jy was, kan jy ons sê hoe omgewing voorkom?
The house isn't much connected to the other houses. It's as if it's standing on its own, but there is a house not very close to it, at a distance. Behind the house, there is a place where water is stuck, it's not running. There's dirty water around it there.
Hierdie is nie meer van die ander huise af, wat is geleer is. After the is a standard of water, a standard fail water.
And it's a house which, if you're looking for it and somebody directs you, you won't be able to miss it because it's standing on its own.
That is huis wat nie moeilik sal wees om te vind as 'n persoon die moontlik rigting sal gee, want dit is op sy eie.
as I indicated, that the work that was being done by the biological dog took some time.
So, Sir Clarence wants to say that the werk wat hulle op die taak wat die regisse vir ons verligg het geneem.
When the weather started to change,
toe die weer te begin
around 99 hours, I then engaged with the speakers that were there, including the mayor of this town of Saldanha, who was also among the contestants.
So besiere hier het ek toe met sekere communiceer, een van so
the communication was around the fact that the weather is changing, and those are the times of load shedding.
Die communicatie was ter wille van aangezien die bedrijf en was gedurende van heerkracht.
Then we engaged in terms of there were also children that were there amongst the bystanders.
Verder was daar ook kinders tussen die bystanders.
And there were old people that were there as well.
Ouderige bejaardes.
Then we decided that should we continue and continue searching beyond that time that we were searching, and people get hurt, it won't serve its purpose while we are searching.
Onder te besluit, as ons nou gaan verder, wat gaan we zoeken? En daar kan mensen moontlik beseer word. Het sal geen positiewe uitkomste.
Is this a convenient time, Ms. Lomba? Yeah. This is a convenient time.
It is.
Because now you've laid the scene, it's evening, it's getting dark, weather is changing. So tomorrow morning when we start from that new process on. Because I don't want him to go into a new part of the next phase. It's so worked out like all the other days. It seems it's almost to the minute. I haven't looked at my watch, but yeah, on our planning time. So, Colonel, we're starting at 9 tomorrow again. You may be requested to bring some maps, etc. I'm not sure whether you have an A3 printer at the police station that can print a big A3 size, because I think it might assist. Ms. Swanepoel, I think it might assist if we have one for the record and maybe one that we can put up, because more witnesses will refer to it, and to refer to the areas, then it will assist everybody to orientate themselves. Then we don't have the falling around between whether it's this, that, or the other.
My Lord, indeed. And maybe this is an opportune time to just raise the issue. As a prosecution team, we have considered from the start that we should perhaps request, if necessary, and we'll take the guidance from this Honourable Court, but if necessary, we might need to visit, do an inspection in
I have considered that already in my mind, that it might be appropriate, but clearly it'll take a day or so beforehand to manage and plan. Remember, we have 3 accused in custody, so they will have to be transported there. We have counsel, our timing, we have witnesses that you've scheduled. So maybe amongst yourselves, between counsel, you can have that discussion. Advise me so that we can then arrange with all the role players where to go, preferably early in the morning before we start. because once the media, for example, has set up here, you don't want to disrupt that. So it looks like quite an intricate setup with cables and stuff. So that we plan all of that ahead. But it might be of assistance. The parties will know, because I don't really know what evidence is going to come next. So, tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, accused 1 and 2, you are in custody. Malmesbury again. Smith, you are in custody at Langebaan SABC. We shall start at 9 o'clock and hopefully we can make some progress. Court adjourned.